Hello, hello. Assemble gamers for the Saturday stream. Hope everyone is doing fine. Or scatters. Scatters or assembles, whatever you feel like today. Hope everyone's doing well. What's up? What's up? What's up? We have a fun stream ahead of ourselves. It's basically going to be another long stream because we're going to do some Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we're also going to do some Pokemon. We're going to do both today because I did find myself wanting to play more of the Pokemon game. It was fun, so we're gonna keep going. Did not play off stream, so we're gonna continue exactly where we left off 2 days ago in Pokemon. But of course, it's important to me that that the Pokemon content is not taking away much from the Yu-Gi-Oh. So we're still doing the Yu-Gi-Oh and just doing the Pokemon on top. It's more like bonus Josh. So in case anyone wants to hang out after the usual stream and watch me play some Pokemon, then you can do that later. First things first, we're gonna do Yu-Gi-Oh! We have some news to talk about from yesterday. There's a bunch of new cards because there was an OCG live stream in which they announced a couple of things. Unfortunately, not the what's it called? Not the overframe cards, the full arts. I thought maybe there was a small chance they would show them on that live stream, but they didn't. So we still don't have an idea on how those look, but it's fine. We'll take some new cards. Yeah. Low-key, you should hop on Digimon in the near future. What does that mean? Like the card game? Or is there like is there a Digimon game that came out? Anyways. The new game? What is the new game? I'm not that big into Digimon, so I have not really kept up with any of that. They got a new game and it's rocking. What is it on? Is it a Switch game? Or is it like a Steam game? Or all consoles like Steam? Okay. Squirrel Fox, thank you for the early gifts up. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's a great way to start off the stream. Appreciate you. All right. Anyways, why don't we warm up real quick and give everyone some time to get in here? That I think is fortissimo. Because it's not ostinato. This is something Vampire Desire. Yeah. Duel Links card. Okay, not Mega Zowler. It's a dino. Sword Tail. Oh. I'll skip it. It's an old dino vanilla. I've definitely seen it. Yeah. Sword Arm of Dragon. Alright. Chaos Necromancer, I believe. No. Doctor? Which Doctor of Chaos? That's the one. Yeah, right. I think that's a Dino Wrestler. The problem is if it's not Pancratops, I'm lost on Dino Wrestlers. Is that Fair Welcome? Or it's a Labyrinth card. Labyrinth Setup? Setup. Submersible Carrier. Okay, Evol. It could be Westlow. It's not Westlow. Casinerio. Nice. That is one of the Lament. Of Lament. Is it Lilith, Alice? Which one is it? Loris? Loris. That is Simorg, Bird of Divinity. No, Simorg, Bird of Perfection. Come on. Sovereignty. Man. Isn't that the OG, Lord of the Storm? Oh, is Lord of the Storm the OG? I didn't know. I thought the OG had a different name. That is Salamangreat. Revive? No. Rising Fire? Oh, it's not a salad card? Gusto Squirrel? This feels familiar. Trigon. Chain Dispel. Power Filter. Mimicat? Oh. Oh, Dark Rabbit. Right. Dude, Chain. Is it Chain Destruction? No. Chain Energy. Yeah. Yeah. Non-aggression area. Destiny board. That's just I think that's Destiny board because it's the F. No? Oh, is it the I? Spirit message I? Wait. Oh, is it a support card? Oh, okay. What's the spirit? There's no spirit message T. Oh wait, no, death is A. Right. I forgot. Click and echo? No. Ah, what is he called? The one for it's Inairuka, yes. Minairuka. No? Imairuka? Oh. That could be Silent Honor Dark? Not sure though. Yeah. I feel like I've seen this, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Heroic Challenge or something. Heroic Champion, yeah. This one does not ring a bell. Dice Dungeon. Oh, that makes sense. Redice. No, not redice. No, level modulation. Level. Wait, is that Girsu? Is Girsu this yellow? No, right? Ignite? Ignite Champion? Okay. I don't know. Gorgonic Cerberus. Ooh, this feels familiar. That's a Destiny hero. Destiny hero. Red Servant. Yeah. Ritual Beast. Steeds. Oh, that's a UA. UA Slugger. Mighty Slugger. Okay. Oh, Hyperia. I think I had that one without zooming, but I always zoom on like just out of habit. I think that's Insector support. Yeah, Earwig. That is Gemini Elf, right? That's Buster Blader. I almost clicked Buster Blaster. This is Hummingbird. Nice. This feels familiar too. This is like Deep Eyes White Dragon? Or maybe it's not what I'm thinking of. Twin Saber? Okay, that's not what I thought it was. Okay. Eh, gives me Fire Fist vibes, but I don't know which one. Ken. Ah, one of the traps. Okay. Ooh, no, this is Blue Eyes. This is do I try? Does anyone know? It's a trap successor soul or something? Nope. Dragon's Fighting Spirit. Wasted some time on that one. Don't know this one either, I think. Golem. Okay, Melfi. But which one? Rabby? Melfi Rabby. Meron. Outstanding. Yeah. Virtual World. I believe this is Lao Lao. Yeah. This is Terror King Archfiend. No, it is an Archfiend though, 100%. General? I think it's the one that searches Pandemonium, the one you discard. I don't know. I don't even know what archetype that is. Is that a cubic? No, Tindangle. That is Forbidden Chalice. That is Enchanted Fitting Room. That is Jar of Greed. That is it might be a Dynamorphia trap, but I'm not gonna try that one. Brute. don't know. I don't think I know this one. Child's Play. This feels familiar. That is Power Planner. Chain. Dude, Chain. No. Thrasher? Thrasher. Mm-mm. No shot. Gold Driver. I got 900. Why can't we get 1,000? Concealing Light. Rainbow Path. Bayou. Silent Swordsman level 5. Easy clap. 4 digits. Easy clap. And we got a minute left. How high can we get? Who are you? I've seen it. It's a Glad Beast, I think. I think it's Lanista. Yeah. It's the spell card that has all 3 of them on it. I have no idea what it's called. I've seen it. Dimension Fusion Destruction. Okay. That's Raigeki. Oh, Kaliga! Ah. That zoom was unfortunate. Okay. 4 digits! Let's go! I feel like it hasn't even been that long since we had the last 4 digits. Am I getting better? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm cooking. Maybe yeah, it was like last week or the week before that. I don't know. That was nice. Okay, we are looking for a dark monster, high level, newer than 2015, high attack, high defense, not an exceed, not a warrior. So any like high level dark from the last 9 years. There should be plenty of options. Which one? Let me which one? High level dark monster, Phantasme. Okay, 1800 defense. It is higher than level 7. It is just an effect monster, so no extra deck. Level 8 or higher. It is 1800 defense, and it is newer than 2019. What's 1800 defense? 1800 defense, high level dark monster from the last 5 years. Lovely Labyrinth? Does Lovely Labyrinth have 1800 defense? No, it just has 1900 defense. God. I mean, most likely a level 8, right? The new Horus is Imseti 1800 defense. Imseti is 1800 defense. It was Imseti. Okay, good call. Easy clap. Imseti Glory of Horus. Dude, this card is 2 years old at this point. It doesn't feel like it's 2 years. It's been 2 years since Imseti came out, but here we are. Okay. All right, gamers. Welcome to the Saturday stream. Strap in. We're gonna have a couple of different things to do today. Like I said already in the beginning of the stream, we are doing a little bit of everything today once again. So kind of like what we did on Thursday. It's gonna be a longer stream because I don't want the fact that I want to play Pokemon on stream take away from much of my Yu-Gi-Oh content. So we're just doing both, which is fun. So basically, the order of things I want to do today is we're going to look at some news and new cards that have been revealed, I think, mostly yesterday. So that's something we're going to do first. Then we're going to do some TCG discussions and maybe some deck building for... I've been thinking about... Because on Thursday, I talked about the current format and which kind of decks I like at the moment and which kind of decks I want to try before YCS Bologna, because we have a lot of time in the format. And I wanted to build one of those decks, either Sky Striker or Orcus, probably Sky Striker, because I'm kind of hyped to try that with the new Radiant Typhoon cards. So we might do that, or we will do that, and then I want to bring that deck to locals hopefully next week if I can. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to go next week, but I'll try my best to give you some gameplay with the deck that we built today as soon as I can. And then after that, we'll see how much time how much time that takes. But I do want to play a little bit of Master Duel just to check back in every once in a while with ranked mode, because we haven't played ranked this week at all yet. We only played the Dice Rally event, which was fine. But yeah. And then we're doing Pokemon after, once we're done with all the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff for today. So it's going to be a fun one. Hope everyone has lots of time to join me in today's stream. And we are going to start with some new cards. There's been plenty of cards revealed in a stream that the OCG did yesterday. And they announced a couple of different ones in a lot of different directions. We're just going to look at all of them one by one. And I think we're starting it off with a banger here. We've got Topologic Blaster Dragon. I believe they also announced new like infos about the Chronicles, and there's like Chronicle support in here as well. Like I think Springans, some lore archetypes, I believe. But first things first, we have Topologic Blaster Dragon. Now, if we look at the history of Topologic monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh, almost all of them have been pretty good. Topologic Bomber Dragon, Topologic Trisbana, and also Topologic Gumblar Dragon, you know, is still banned to this day. So a lot of good stuff in the Topologic family. So they're getting a Link 5 now. Let's see what we got here. Level 5 Dark Cyberse Link, 3500 attack. Links top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Materials 2+ effect monsters, so very generic. You cannot summon or set monsters to an extra monster zone this card points to. It's funny it specifies set, because I don't know of a way how you can set a monster into an extra monster zone, but anyways. If a monster is special summoned to a zone a link monster points to while this card is in the extra monster zone, apply one of these effects. Also, you cannot apply the same effect of Topologic Blaster Dragon again for the rest of this turn. Shuffle all monsters on the field into the deck except this card. Shuffle all spell traps on the field into the deck. Look at your opponent's extra deck and banish a card from it. Okay. That, at first glance, seems very powerful. Now, I believe this first portion of the effect is here so that you cannot extra link with it as easily, because that would be a problem otherwise. That's sometimes a problem with cards that have these arrows here, because then you don't have to U-link. You can actually V-link, which is a lot easier technically. So they're making it so you can't do that with it, because it will basically lock you out of your EMZs if you do that. But even besides that, you know, you cannot use this for V-linking, but the effect is pretty powerful. Now, I think the crazy part here is that you get to choose which one is best for the situation, right? If your opponent commits a lot into this, then you can just clear the entire board. If your opponent plays a back row heavy deck, then you can clear all the spell traps. And if your opponent hasn't committed much yet, but you still want to take something out of their extra deck, then you can choose that effect, right? And it works both ways. You can trigger this yourself, which is something that, for example, Topologic Bomber Dragon has been used for a lot, right? Like you would usually, if Topologic Bomber Dragon was an endboard piece in some strategies, you would try to summon into its zone proactively during your opponent's turn, right? You summon the Topologic Bomber Dragon, like Malice, for example, used Topologic Bomber Dragon for a while, where like you waited for your opponent to summon some stuff, and then you would use GWC to bring something back into Topologic Bomber Dragon zone, and then wipe the board, right? And then you can do the same with March Hare, and so on and so forth. You basically have ways to trigger the effect of Topologic Bomber Dragon multiple times, and you don't have to wait for your opponent to play into it. So this is something you can do with Topologic Blaster Dragon as well, right? Like your opponent is going to commit some cards, and then you trigger an effect that special summons on their turn, and then you shuffle everything else back into the deck. Or look at their extra deck. The interesting part about this card, however, is that it has 3 upwards arrows. So it's actually, like, with Topologic Bomber Dragon, like, it only has 1 arrow upwards. So it's relatively easy for the opponent to not trigger it, right? Like, you basically have to always trigger Bomber Dragon proactively because your opponent will just not summon into its zone, right? There's only 1 zone it points to, so it's very easy to avoid. This thing, if it's in the extra monster zone, points to 3 of your opponent's zones. So if the opponent is trying to ignore it, they are somewhat limited in like how much they can do, right? They will have to like they will have to trigger it at some point if they want to commit a lot, right? So even in some situations where you don't have a way to trigger this yourself, it might still restrict your opponent in how much they can do. Like the other Topologic cards, this card is mandatory. So you will have to trigger it when your opponent summons into its zone. But since you have 3 effects to choose from, it's going to be impossible for your opponent to bait out the one that they want to bait out, basically, right? Like if your opponent special summons into its zone and you don't want to shuffle all the monsters into the deck yet, then you can just take a card from their extra deck or whatever. Yeah, this is pretty good. I don't think it's as broken as other generic endboard pieces have been in the past. Like, here's the thing with generic Link endboard pieces is like, you know, you look at cards like IP Masquerena, or even at some points, of course, before it was banned, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. I think this card will require a decent amount of investment, but the problem with Link monsters in general is that there will always be a deck that can very easily like make this and use it, because like Links only require the deck to be able to spam some bodies, and a lot of decks will be able to spam some bodies. So I think this card will see play at some point. I've seen some critique online, or I'm sure people are not happy about like, look at your opponent's extra deck and banish a card from it. That part is kind of annoying if this card is like very relevant in the format, because it's like, there used to be a time where people played certain cards in their extra deck at 2 because Kashtira Unicorn was in the game, right? And this, if it's a popular card, is basically like Kashtira Unicorn, but your opponent like always has access to it, right? Like because it's in their extra deck. So if you're playing a deck that relies on a certain extra deck card, and this card's running around, then you're basically forced to play multiple copies of it. Because it's not like you can say like, oh, I'm taking the risk of Kashtira Unicorn, because even if I play against a deck with Kashtira cards, they're not guaranteed to draw the Kashtira Unicorn. So I don't want to I don't want to give up an extra deck slot for just the chance that my opponent draws a unicorn. If this card is popular, you're gonna have to play 2 copies of those things, right? Like you will have to respect this. Also, you can just do this going first and going second relatively easy on your first turn and then on your opponent's turn. So you can rip 2 cards, right? Like you can, if you make this going first and you summon into its zone once, then you look at their extra deck, take away 1 card on your opponent's turn, take away another card. Yeah, no, the more I'm thinking about this card, the more I feel like it's gonna see play, and it's very powerful. Because the ability to rip apart your opponent's extra deck is just very, very powerful in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's not only that. It's not only that. It's also the fact that you're able to also out monsters, and you're also able to outspell traps. So no matter what you're playing against, this card will basically hurt every deck in the game, because every deck in the game either relies on monsters or it relies on spell traps pretty heavily, and then on top of that, most Yu-Gi-Oh decks also really care about their extra deck, right? So I feel like this card is good against basically every Yu-Gi-Oh deck. It's very hard to imagine a deck that wouldn't have trouble with this card, you know? But it's at least more interesting than like an Omni Negate or an Appaloosa, even if the extra deck rip is a little weird. It doesn't banish face down, which is fair enough. Like there are some ways for certain decks to get banished cards back, so maybe that's a little bit healthier than Unicorn, but it's still pretty rough. Like it's not easy to recycle banished extra deck cards for most decks. So yeah. Okay, good start. Powerful card. I mean, good or bad start depending on how you feel about this card, but it's definitely a strong Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay. Then we have a new, or I guess an old archetype returning with legacy support. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if there was any archetype that I was not really expecting or waiting for legacy support, it's the B.E.S archetype. I don't know what we're working with here, but all I know is that all of the old B.E.S cards are pretty bad, so I think it's gonna be, I feel like there's I don't know, this doesn't strike me as something that they should have made legacy support for, but let's read the cards first. We have Vic Viper, Type L, Light Machine, level 4, 1200 attack, 800 defense. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. At the start of your battle phase, you can activate one of these effects. Special summon a machine monster from your hand, or send a level 4 or lower machine monster from your deck to the grave. If this card is destroyed, you can target a light machine in your grave, special summon it, and its original attack. If its original attack is 1200 or less, it gains 1200 attack. Is this supposed to be like new Tenpai? Because I'm not gonna play a card otherwise that requires me to like go to the start of my battle phase just to summon a machine from my hand, or to send a machine from deck to grave. It's meant to send the old Victory Viper. Okay, dude. I mean, yeah, sure. But at this point, we're basically admitting that these cards are going to be pack fillers, if this is what you're trying to do with it, right? I understand that Victory Viper, whatever the card was called, like XX03 or something, from back in the day, that was a battle phase related card, but like you're not going to make that work. Note, these cards will be released later this month in Duel Links as a structure deck and Master Duel as part of a new pack. Oh, are these the cards that everyone was referring to? Or is this what like when people said like 2 years ago it was Promethean Princess that debuted in Master Duel, then last year it was Halloween, and now this year it's the B.E.S cards? Okay. Well, I'm gonna finish reading the cards first, but I have my doubts that this will be as exciting or as impactful for the game as Promethean Princess. But okay. B.E.S Dellinger Core, level 10 light machine, 1900 attack, 3000 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can reveal one other B.E.S monster in your hand, special summon this card from your hand, then place 3 counters on it. During the main phase quick effect, you can remove 1 counter from this card, then activate one of these effects. Add a boss rush or a spell trap that mentions it from your deck to your hand. Special summon a level 9 or lower B.E.S monster from your graveyard. Okay, you know what? This card, I'm not going to hate on this card because this is a solid card. this is a card that a lot of other archetypes would like to have. You know, reveal another card in your hand, special summon it, get some counters. You can remove a counter as a quick effect to add a card from your deck to your hand. So you can theoretically do this again. If it stays around, you can do it again on the opponent's turn. But this one's a fine card. All right, this one is a fine Yu-Gi-Oh card, just in a probably mediocre archetype. But all right. We have Super B.E.S. Metal Slave. Okay, I don't know if it's going to keep that name in the TCG. Level 11 Dark Machine effect monster. 3100 attack, 3100 defense. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can send up to 5 level 10 or lower B.E.S. monsters with different names from your hand and or deck to the grave. Special summon this card from your hand. Then place counters on it equal to the number of cards sent to the graveyard to activate this effect. Bro! Circular for 5? That is so funny. That is such a broken effect if they had anything that benefited from it, but I don't think they do. I simply don't think they have any cards with good graveyard effects. I don't think they can do anything with this. This is like one of the most powerful tools in Yu-Gi-Oh, but in an archetype that cannot make use of it. But okay. Once per chain, quick effect, you can remove 1 counter from this card, then target 2 face-up cards on the field, including a B.E.S. monster you control, destroy them. Okay. Yeah, Circular for 5 is here. And then we have Boss on Parade, a continuous spell card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. When this card resolves, add a B.E.S. monster from your deck to your hand. Once per turn, you can destroy a monster on your hand or field. If you do, special a light machine monster with 1200 attack and 1000 or less defense from your deck to either field. You can banish this card from your grave, place a boss rush from your deck or grave face up on your field. This actually has some potential because this is not exclusive to this deck, right? This is something that you could theoretically play in other decks. The only problem that I see here is that the add here is mandatory. So you're gonna have to play B.E.S. cards in order to play the parade. It's like the field spells that people used to play for set rotation that require like the mandatory add-on activation, so you couldn't activate them if you didn't have a target. So yeah. But in theory, this is a relatively strong ability, right? I mean, this card, once again, in a good archetype, this card would go completely crazy, right? Like, on activation, add a card from your deck to your hand, and then also destroy a card and emergency teleport. Like, that is a really, really strong card in a vacuum. And then it also, I mean, it even has this bonus, but I guess let's read Boss Rush real quick. Here's the thing, I'm not really, I don't remember what exactly the cards do for this deck, but I do know they were pretty bad. Boss Rush Yu-Gi-Oh! Bro, this card is ancient. This card came out in Elemental Energy in 2005. You cannot normal summon or set. Ooh, awesome, you can floodgate yourself. During the end phase of the turn that a B.E.S. monster or a big core is destroyed and sent to the grave, you can special summon a B.E.S. monster or a big core from your deck. Okay, I mean, besides the fact that you're floodgating yourself, and then you only get an effect during the end phase, I guess it could be worse for a 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh card. Because 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh cards normally are either completely garbage or completely broken. This thing is like somewhere in the middle, but I think it's more in the direction of garbage. I don't know. B.E.S. Zelos is good. B.E.S. Zelos. Let me see. When this card is activated, you can add a boss rush from your deck to your hand. All B.E.S. monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense. Your opponent cannot target them with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Once per turn, you can special summon a B.E.S. monster from your hand. If a B.E.S. monster is normal or special, place a counter on it. I mean, it's not that good either, though. It's really not. You made it sound like this card was going to be crazy. It's not that good. I don't think we have to interpret all that much into this. This is fine legacy support. Unfortunately, for a deck that is basically completely unplayable. Like some of these cards read like good modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Specifically the Parade and the Dellinger Core. Like the new cards are fine. The problem is the deck that you're supposed to put them in. And that deck is pretty bad. So I don't think that 4 new cards are going to change the fate of B.E.S. in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Like this is I'm telling you from a modern Yu-Gi-Oh perspective, this is going to be unplayable. Maybe in Duel Links if they give it a broken skill, you know? But I do think it's a weird choice for this to be like the simultaneous worldwide release in Duel Links and Master Duel. Like why this? Why is this the deck that they chose to do that? The Duel Links skill is a little crazy. It's because it's the 40-year anniversary of Gradius. Gradius is a Konami game. Oh, I see. I didn't even know that. Gradius, Konami. Gradius. Okay. Right, I'm discovering some lore right now. I didn't know that. I didn't know the card Gradius was from a game. There was another game they did this with, right? They did this with, what was it? The Baseball Kid was from a game too, right? So if they wanted to cross promote their cool machine game or their cool space shuttle game, why did they make the cards so shit? And this question goes for the original Gradius, but also for these. the question is the same. You can ask the same question back then, and you can ask the same question now. Like, if the 40th anniversary for this game is special to you, then why make the deck unplayable? Why are we hyping up Gradius with an unplayable deck then? Well, okay. The new cards are good. The new cards are like, I would say average for modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like they're not broken. They're fine. 3 of the 4 cards are fine. The first this is utterly unplayable. But like 3 out of the 4 are fine Yu-Gi-Oh cards. The problem is you're not fixing an archetype that's based around Gradius and Boss Rush and cards from 2005 with 3 new kind of average Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's not how that works. It might work in Duel Links if they make a skill that says like, you know, reveal Gradius in your hand and then add Graceful Charity from outside of your deck to your hand. Which you might think sounds made up, but that's actually a skill that they made for Guardian Angel Joanne right now, and people are playing that in Duel Links a little bit. They have crazy tools to make decks good in Duel Links, because there's a skill that the Guardian Angel Joanne skill adds like Graceful Charity to your hand and summons like 3 monsters from your deck, and you can normal summon Guardian Angel Joanne without tributing or something, which is very busted. But so this deck might be good in Duel Links, who knows? But in Master Duel, this is like one of the worst things to have as a promotion for a new pack. Like this is not gonna get people to open packs, I don't think. But okay, well, I guess we'll see how it turns out. And I guess it also depends on what else is in the pack. I believe this is this announcement actually for Master Duel. I think it's from what it's looking like. What is this? Lady Dragon Maid? So the Dragon Maid support, and what is this? Nouvelle? Or which? What is this? I think this is Nouvelle. So the pack is okay, y'all. The pack is Nouvelle. B.E.S is in the middle of the pack. It's like the main thing in the pack is the B.E.S cards, and we've got Dragon Maid support. Y'all, do you think this is going to be a successful pack? I have my doubts. I don't know. I feel like it might be a matter of just craft the Dragon Maid card because there's not that many new Dragon Maids. And call it a day. But who knows? All right. Next up, we have new Magnet Warriors. Okay. We have Teluzrion, the Magna Warrior, level 8 Earth Rock special summon effect monster. Cannot be normal summoned, must be special summoned from your hand by banishing one Magnet Warrior. Dude, what is this sign called? It's the Sum sign. Oh, is it Sigma? Okay, Magnet Warrior Sigma Plus and one Magnet Warrior Sigma Minus. These are also new cards, right? I haven't heard of these before. Banishing one Sigma Plus and one Sigma Minus from your hand, face up, field, and or graveyard. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it, or if it was an Earth monster at activation, you can take control of it instead. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you contribute this card, banish 2 of your banished Magnet Warrior Sigma monsters. This feels like boss monster design in 2008. Where the boss monster itself is a brick until you can fulfill its conditions in the graveyard. You know, it gives me like Blackluster Soldier, Dark Armed Dragon, Judgment Dragon, Chaos Sorcerer, all those kinds of like Hyperion. This is basically how they did boss monsters like 20 years ago. Is like, okay, it's a dead card in your hand until you meet the summoning conditions. It must be special from the grave, not even from the hand. Okay, so you have to, not only is it a brick, but it's a brick that you cannot even make live. You have to actually find a way to discard it as well. Which, funnily enough, you might think that's better because you get it back for free from the graveyard, but that makes it an even worse draw, right? If you really think about it. Like, yes, you can get it back from the grave for free, but in your hand, it's going to be even more dead. Instead of making it like you can summon it from hand or graveyard, like some more modern cards have that. But yeah, I guess it depends on how good the other two are. Magnet Warrior Sigma Plus, level 4 Earth Rock. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. All opponent's monsters must attack if able while you control an Earth monster. You choose the attack targets for opponent's attacks while they control an Earth monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a level 4 or lower Magnet Warrior in your grave, except Sigma Plus, add it to your hand or special summon it. Okay, Magnet Warrior Sigma Minus. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. Reveal this card in your hand. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using rock monsters from your hand and or field, including this card. If this card's normal or special, you can send a level 8 Magna Warrior from your deck to the grave. Okay, so that's how you're supposed to access it. Once per turn, when an attack is declared between 2 Earth monsters, you can negate that attack. Conduction Knight Plasma Magnum, level 7 Earth Rock Fusion, 2 Earth Rock monsters. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can add a Magnet, normal, quick play, or field spell from your deck to your hand. Magnet, normal, quick play, or field spell. The only one that I can think of right now is Magnet Reverse. Was that called Magnet Reverse? The one they played in ABC back then. Yeah. Which was a Magnet Warrior card, I think. This thing. Target one of your machine or rocks that's banished or in your grave. That can't be normal or set, and special it, yeah. Monsters on the field become Earth. You can send a level 8 Magnet Warrior from your deck to the grave immediately after this effect resolves. Normal summon a level 4 or lower Magnet Warrior. Magnet Bonding. Quick play spell. During the main phase, activate one of these effects. Add a Conduction Warrior Linear Magnum +- or one level 4 or lower Magnet Warrior from your deck to your hand. Add a level 8 Magnet Warrior from the deck to your hand. Fusion summon a rock fusion monster by shuffling rocks from your hand, field, and graveyard banishment into the deck. You have to read the Conduction Warrior, it's insane. Oh, it's not even out yet. Okay. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must first be special summoned from your hand by sending 2 Magnet Warriors whose original level is 4 or lower from your hand, deck, or face-up field to the grave. Okay. Circular for 2. You can only special summon it once per turn this way. You can target another Earth on the field. This card gains attack. If this card is destroyed and sent to the grave, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. I mean, insane is not the right word here. I'm sorry. Like, yes, in theory, this is insane if it's printed in a good archetype, but it's printed in Magnet Warriors. So, I don't know, man. Like, it's just hard for me to get excited for archetypes that I know are basic. It's just way too gimmicky. Where's the payoff here? The payoff is a main deck brick that steals a monster, but only in response to the opponent doing something. And there's no locks. Sure, maybe you can splash some of these cards into something. You get a lot of advantage and nothing locks you. Yeah, maybe it's maybe I'm looking at it too much through the lens of an actual Magnet Warrior deck, which I guess in modern Yu-Gi-Oh is sometimes the wrong way to look at cards. It's just what I tend to do when I'm being presented with an archetype or whatever. Like, I just look at how is this archetype supposed to be played? How is this archetype supposed to function? Maybe you can make something work where you just use it as an engine in another deck to, like, maybe it can create rank 4s or something. But is the Conduction Warrior Linear Magnum even like a good 1-card combo? Like, what do you do from this? Like, okay, let's say this is the one we play 3 copies of, and we play 3 copies of Magnet Bonding because it searches this one, right? What's the line? We send 2. So we can send Magnet Warrior Sigma Plus, which says if this card is sent to the grave, target a level 4 or lower Magnet Warrior except itself, add it to your hand or special summon it. So we can summon Sigma Minus. And Sigma Minus, if this card is normal or special, you can send a level 8 Magnet Warrior from your deck to the graveyard. Sigma plus and Epsilon. Okay, Magnet Warrior Epsilon. If this card is normal or special, send a level 4 or lower magnet from your deck to the grave. This card's name becomes that monster. Then you can special summon a Magnet Warrior or Magna Warrior from your grave with a different name. You can only use this. Okay, so this is a 1-card rank 4 then, right? So, like, we can go... I see that. Okay, we use this in hand. We send the one that revives. So we send Sigma Plus and Epsilon. Sigma Plus revives Epsilon. Epsilon has been special summoned, so we can send a level 4 lower magnet warrior from deck to grave, and then we can revive it. And that's already a rank 4. And if we send Sigma minus and we revive that, then we can also foolish, if we play it, the Magnetic Warrior Magnet Telurzion. So we have 2 level 4s on the board, and later on we'll have the ability to bring this back for free, right? So it's like 2 level 4s and a level 8 off of 1 card without locking. And essentially, we have we have 3 spells that start this. We have 3 conduction warriors that start this. This one is not a complete brick because it's at least a 1 card level 4, like rank 4, right? This is still a 1 card rank 4. But then it needs the normal summon if we draw it. And these two seem like pretty bad draws though, right? Epsilon cannot revive the magnet it's sent. Oh, with a different name than the cards you control, and because it copies the name. Okay, I see. Oh, that's even worse then. And it's also not a 1 card combo then. Oh. Yeah, okay. I do see some of the potential here. Especially since we're looking at a rock monster, so Gallant Granite could just search this, right? It is a rock monster, so like you could search it with Gallant Granite as well. I see the potential. I'm still not a fan of it. Duoterion searches the spell too. Sure, okay, maybe we can even play more copies of the spell. Basically, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. These cards are not complete garbage. But ultimately, I still think like it's like a slop engine that I'm not a huge fan of it, and it doesn't even seem like the best one out there. Like I feel like stuff like Ostinato, for example, would probably give you a better deal on this kind of stuff. But like rock slop. Lock and load with the new Springans monsters. Okay, we got Springans support. I think this is basically in the one that was missing out a little bit from the Chronicles archetypes, right? We've seen Tri-Brigade support. We've seen branded all over the place. Springans didn't really get anything so far, I think. And so here we are. We have Tri-Brigade Springans kit. Oh, wait, we're 2-for-1 deal. We got Tri-Brigade and Springans here. Let's see what we got. Level 4 Light Beast Effect Monster, 1700 attack, 1000 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a Tri-Brigade or Springans monster other than Tri-Brigade Springans kit, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one of these from your grave, except Tri-Brigade Springans kit. Tri-Brigade monster, Springans monster, Fallen of Albaz, or a monster that mentions it. Wait, that's pretty good. This card is so insane for Tri-Brigade. This is a really good send for the other kit, right? This turns Fractal into an extender, doesn't it? Fractal is yummy combo now. Good. Wait, is it? No, it's not. Because it makes one Snatchy. But the Snatchy... Fractal sent Nerval, search this, revive Nerval. Oh, Nerval make a link 1, right. Oh, it is. It is. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, you normal this, you make Snatchy, and then this brings back the Nerval. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. You don't want to use Nerval's effect. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the optimal way to do that though. I think there's better ways to do a one card yummy combo while because that also takes your normal summon. Like you can just normal summon any yummy and that's better, and you can play a lot of those and people are not even maxing out on the yummies. Like there's no real reason to do that. But it's funny. Realistically though, this is a really good card in Tri-Brigade, right? Because this gives you an actual way to extend, because Tri-Brigade used to be very, very reliant on its normal summon, right? Tri-Brigade was one of those decks where the normal summon did a lot, and the original wave of the deck was like, you had your normal summon, you had your Keras, the special summon itself. Those were like your two major pushes. Besides that, it was kind of difficult to really push, which sometimes made the deck very vulnerable, especially going second. This makes it so that let's say your normal summon gets interacted with. If you have a fractal in hand, you can go fractal, send Tri-Brigade Kit, Tri-Brigade Kit, send Tri-Brigade Springans Kit, and then Tri-Brigade Springans Kit can revive the fractal or the kit and then get the effect, right? Which is pretty good already for Tri-Brigade. And if you happen to draw it, it's a free special summon that you can link off and then also get the revive effect, right? So it's a really good card in Tri-Brigade. I don't know how good this is in Springans because I'm not super familiar with Springans, I have to admit. I know Tally-Ho, and I know their field spell, and I know some of the extra deck tools like Merrymaker and Sargass, but I'm not sure how good it is in Tri-Brigade. In Springans. I can definitely see it being very good in Tri-Brigade though. Now, will this finally be enough to make Tri-Brigade playable again? I don't know. I really like Tri-Brigade, by the way. I would love for Tri-Brigade to become a viable like mid-range option again. I was already I guess I was happy and sad at the same time about the stuff in Doom of Dimensions, because I think Tri-Brigade Arms Mauser is a really good card, but then the second card is kind of underwhelming. What was it? It was Tri-Brigade Hammer, I believe is what it was called, the quick play spell. That one was kind of mid, and so I was like, we only get 2 cards, and only one out of those 2 cards is actually good. So like, I was as a Tri-Brigade fan, I was happy that we got something, but I was unhappy with what we got, basically. And this is more, so that's cool. I like that. I'm not sure how good it is for Springans. I'm not sure how good it is for Branded either. It doesn't strike me as something that's worth a slot in Branded, because let's be real here. It does something for Branded for sure, but realistically, like, Branded already has a billion one-ofs that you can access at a lot of times, and a lot of them, I think, do more than this. Like, this is not... I don't think they will. I really don't think they will. Okay. Gung Ho Springans, rank 4 Fire Machine, 2+ level 4 Springans monsters. You can only use one of the first and second effect of this card's name per turn, and only once that turn. If this card is Xyz summoned or sent to the grave, you can special summon a Springans Captain Sargass from your deck or graveyard. Ooh, is this the big main deck brick? Is it a brick even? Let me see. I remember this card, I just don't know what it did, but I feel like... If this card's in your hand, field, or grave, you can target a Springans Xyz you control, attach this card to it as material. During your opponent's turn quick effect, you can detach one material from an Xyz you control, then target a face-up card in the field, destroy it. You can only use each of the previous effects once per turn. A Springans Xyz that has this card as material gains 500. He was annoying to actually summon. Okay, but realistically, what is this card needed for? Are there other cards that benefit from this card being around? But because it's not that good to actually, like, you don't need to play this. If it's a brick in your deck, like, you know, is it like necessary for other cards? Like, do they get bonus effects when they're being made with Springans Captain Sargass? Because typically when I see an archetype and I want to play the deck and I read a card like this, I just don't put it in my deck. And the fact that this card summons it for free will probably make me want to put one of it in my deck, but I'm still going to be mad every time I draw it. We play it because what other end board would we do? Okay, fair enough. But you do have to understand how that sounds, right? That sounds like not a good sign for the Springans deck. If this is your end board, or an important, crucial part to your end board, because what else do you have? Not good. You can detach 2 materials from this card, add to your hand, or special summon one of these from your deck. Springans monster, Therion monster, Fallen of Albaz monster. Fallen of Albaz, or a monster that mentions it. Okay. The second effect is where it's at here, realistically, okay? So we can only use one of these effects. And I feel like we're always going to do this. The thing is, the first effect is if this card is Xyz summoned or sent to the graveyard. So what I could see here is on the first turn, you make this in order to activate the second effect. Then you like overlay another Xyz on top of it, and then you detach it on the opponent's turn. And then on the opponent's turn, you summon out Springans Captain Sargas. And that now is a disruption. Right? So I see what they're trying to do here. Is this it? This is it. Okay, I'll say it right now. I don't believe that this is what Springans needed. I mean, this is a good card, and Springans is definitely going to play this. But I don't know if this is making Springans good enough. Is more what I mean. I'm not saying they don't need this. They definitely need this card. It's a good card. But if it's just this one card, I don't know. This card's awesome though. Tri-Brigade Springans Kid is awesome. Yeah. I think this card is good for Tri-Brigade. It's also, now that I'm looking at it more, it's also a really good discard for Keras potentially, right? It basically turns one Keras into 2 bodies. So it solves a couple of problems that Tri-Brigade had. Like, and I like that when they make a card for an archetype that just basically slots in pretty well, while it maintains how the deck plays. Like, it still feels like you're playing Tri-Brigade, but it's just like makes it a little bit easier to push into boards while not being completely broken. Like, it doesn't fix all the issues that Tri-Brigade has. It doesn't increase the ceiling by a crazy amount, but it's a solid card that's gonna solve some of your problems sometimes. Not a bad Quem target. Not a bad Quem target, but realistically, I don't think you're going to play Quem and this together in any deck, because, like, it specials from Grave, so if you start with Quem, you don't have a target for it yet, right? Would it have been too much to also give her the cheat out link effect? I'm a little biased here because I like Tri-Brigade, so I wouldn't have hated it, but I think power level wise, the answer is yes. I think it would have been too much, yeah. Realistically, even as a fan of Tri-Brigade, I would say that would have been pretty damn broken. If you can summon this, activate effect, summon, cheat out a link from the extra deck, then link it off, revive something else, and then that also makes another link from the extra deck, right? Like that would have been really, really broken. Yeah. What is the level, like the good level of this card as a support if Holy Sue is a 10? Yeah, I think Holy Sue it's fair, right? The Holy Sue is a 10 out of 10 legacy support. This is more like a, I would say, 6 out of 10. Or 7 out of 10 legacy support. It's pretty solid, but I'm not sure it's good enough to make the deck viable, but it's pretty solid, yeah. At least this can revive properly summon Shureg. Yeah, maybe there's there okay. Now we're talking some other implications. Now you're getting me you're getting me thinking, because um I'm now remembering that Tri-Brigade was also very often triggering their graveyard effects on the opponent's turn, right? Like you would use Revolt, summon some Tri-Brigades, link them off, and then get all of their effects, right? You get your Nerval Search again for follow-up, and now we can also include a Tri-Brigade Springans kit in that equation somewhere in the Revolt. We link it off, send it to the graveyard, and then we could revive something on the opponent's turn. The question is, how often are you going to have a properly summoned Tri-Brigade Shuraig in your graveyard on your opponent's turn? The answer is probably not that often, but sometimes, maybe. In like a grindier game that Tri-Brigade was good at producing, that might happen, where you are out of Shuraigs, but you can go Revolt, bring this back, link it off, bring Shuraig back, banish, because Shuraig is on special summon, yeah. This can revive a link, so easy link climbing. Yeah, however, once again, same thing. You have to be careful that you can only revive link monsters that you've properly summoned, right? Like you have to properly link summon the thing to revive it with this, which Tri-Brigade usually doesn't do that very often, but as soon as you have one link monster in rotation that was properly summoned, you can bring this back, yeah. Didn't some variants use two Shuraigs, one to search something when it was sent to the grave and the other for disruption? Yes, but even those versions would usually cheat out the first one on their turn. It was like you would combo and then you would banish 4 from the grave to cheat out a Shuraig and then link it off to search like DD Crow or something like that. Or an extender or something, you know, depending on your line. And that Shuraig then would not be properly special summoned, right? You would not be able to revive that Shuraig with Tri-Brigade Springans kit. Tri-Brigade can play with the Yummy lock since you don't really rely on link summoning the big links. In theory, yes. I really don't know if this being a light beast is gonna make Yummy Tri-Brigade a thing. Because realistically, you would just be adding a lot of normal summons to Yummy. I don't know if that's what you want to do, and I don't know if the synergy, quite frankly, I don't know if the synergy is like good enough, but maybe. I mean, look, we've seen it all with Yummy, so I'm not gonna say that that's never gonna be a thing, because I haven't tried it, and with all the Yummy versions that are popping up, it's definitely a possibility if people find some solid ways to bridge and minimize the engine requirements and stuff like that. It could be a thing. The question is, what's the payoff really? Maybe a Yummy deck that plays even better into D-Barrier because it has Tri-Brigade lines. And maybe you can make a stronger end board because you can add like a Revolt to it or something. I don't know. You use the Yummies in the grave as banish fodder for the Tri-Brigade links. And then what do your Yummy synchros tag out into? Dimensional Barrier has to be banned before these come out. I don't even want to think about if it's not. We're not going to get into that discussion right now. No, not right now. Not right now. I'll be right back. Quick toilet break. Okay. And I believe with that, we are through with all the new cards. Did I miss any important news? Anything else that we need to take a look at? Product art for Premium Pack 2026. I don't know if this matters too much. Okay. OTS. OTS Tournament Pack 30. 3 new OTS Ultimate Rare cards. OTS Tournament Pack 30 introduces 3 new OTS ultis, including Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Okay. That's a good one, I think. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Okay. How have the OTS packs been recently? Because I remember there was a time where OTS ultis were really good, like when they did Imperm, Nip, Droplet, and stuff like that. And then there was a time where they haven't been that good. Have they gotten a little bit better? Like I remember, like which ones were the ones that there was like a couple of OTS packs where like there was legit like no good ulti in it. 29 is, I don't know. I mean, I conceptually I like 29. I think like 29 having one card from each of the Justice Hunters archetypes as an ulti. I kind of vibe with that. You know, they're not like going to be like insanely valuable ultimate rares like long term. Like it's not like a staple that's going to be a good investment forever. But I do think like getting one of each of these archetypes and ulti in the OTS pack is kind of nice, you know? But it is true. Technically, the best way to do OTS ultis, or like the most valuable thing that they can do, is put a staple card in there that's probably going to be a staple for a long time. Like we are still missing Ash Blossom and Ghost Bell, which is kind of a weird decision, right? I feel like 29 did a poor choice of the cards for each archetype, as I can see 2 of them getting hit. That's always the problem if you put OTS Ultimate Rares from current sets, or like from current archetypes, because you always know whether that card exactly gets hit or just the archetype in general gets hit. Like these archetypes are always temporary, right? Like it's always going to be eventually, if you buy ulti K9 Jockles now, eventually you're going to stop playing with those Jockles, right? And people know that, right? So like the amount of money that people are willing to spend on a card like that is just lower, which makes a lot of sense. You know, like when you buy an ultimate rare Infinite Impermanence, when did ulti Infinite Impermanence come out? Like 2019 or something? So if you bought ulti Infinite Impermanences, you got a lot of mileage out of those. You basically are able to still play those today, right? I feel like the concept of OTS packs doesn't work anymore. Too many packs are given out for the small amount of chase cards. Yeah. I don't know. I still feel like it's a fine concept. It's not like it's more like the choice of ultis. To be fair, with 29, they were on time. Usually when they bring archetype ultis, they were a few months too late. Yeah, that's why I feel like 29 was fine. I feel like 29 is a fine one right now. I think like I'm looking at it from the perspective of I'm going to locals at the moment, and even I have something to look forward to when I'm opening these packs, because I don't have those ultis, and I'm technically interested in all 3 of those ultis just because they are nice upgrades to currently viable meta decks, right? So they are at least interesting cards to me, as opposed to, I don't know, what were some bad examples in recent? I mean, look, we've had Armed Dragon level 10 or something as an OTS ulti before, like, and I guess it's better than that. So it's definitely not the worst one they've ever done. Where's the Dominus ultis? Yeah, they're definitely for whatever reason they are not really doing it with staples. I remember Ulti Diviner and Ulti Snake Eye Ash selling for $5 to $10. Yeah. Which is, I guess in the case of Diviner, it's a little weird because, like, why is that? Are people just not as fond of ultimate rares anymore as they used to be? Do you think that might be the case because now there's other options for premium rarities? Maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe it's the fact that now we've got QCRs and a lot of different cards are also available in Starlights, and we've got rarity collections printing cards in like 7 different rarities. So like, why would the ultimate rare copy of Diviner be by far the coolest one and by far the most expensive one? Which I guess is, I suppose that's a sacrifice you make in order to give us all these reprints. Ultimate feels like it's the only high rarity that still means anything. We'll see. But if that was true, if the community agreed with you on that, then Ulti Diviner would not be $5 or whatever, right? I don't know. Diviner isn't. I was just going off of the example that someone said. I don't know. I don't actually know the price of Diviner. But I remember Snake Eye Ash. I think I bought a Snake Eye Ash at some point. I was ordering from someone on Cart Market, and I was just going through their stuff to see if I wanted anything else, and I saw they had a Snake Eye Ash for like €5, and I bought it, even though I wasn't even planning on playing Snake Eye anytime soon. But it was just like, it felt so weird to me that that card was €5. So I was like, I'll pick it up just in case I ever want to play like a Snake Eye engine somewhere. It was like past the prime of Snake Eyes, to be fair, but still. My thrusts hurt a lot as well. Bought one for 70. I mean, there was a time where I owned some of these staples in Ultimate Rare. Like I used to have imperms and stuff, and I bought them because I figured like, oh, they're probably not gonna lose value anytime soon. And then they did. And so eventually I decided for staples, I'm no longer shooting for the highest rarity with staples. I've just gone with secret rares for now. A big problem with ultis and OTS packs is also that they're usually damaged. I've seen some of these get pulled. Yeah, I've seen some. The quality control is not the greatest. Yeah. Common Josh Markadel. Yeah, classic. Yu-Gi-Oh! High End doesn't exist anymore. A rarity collection kind of killed them. This is what I've been saying. Like the rarity collection system is very good for Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole in terms of its affordability, but I do feel like they need to cater to the collector's market more, which is why I've always been arguing that we should do more alt arts and more like full arts as well, or like start doing full arts, which is why I'm very happy that they're doing that now. Because I feel like that is a way to get collectability back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's 100% true that at the moment, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not a super collectible card game. It's mostly the people that play people buy the cards to play with the cards, which is a good thing. But the collector's market is a very important market for a trading card game, I feel like. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Has done a lot to drive away collectors in favor of affordability for the game. You know, stuff like Rarity Collection has done a lot of good things for Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of like driving down the price of staples and stuff, which is very good. But like collectors kind of got owned. I don't think the collectors are lost already. They have just been suffering, and we need to help them. I mean, of course, I'm not speaking for every single collector, and not every single collector has responded to this the same way, right? Like maybe some people quit collecting Yu-Gi-Oh, but maybe some other people are just suffering, like you say, right? And I think, I do think, even though they were kind of slow on this entire thing, right? The recent news does seem like they are they are catering to collectors a little bit more again, without making the game more expensive for everybody, right? Because stuff like the announcement for the full arts and the announcement for the serialized cards, most likely, unless they completely screw this up, this should not impact someone who just wants to like play the game, right? Because you are not forced to play alt arts. You're not forced to play serialized cards, right? Hopefully. This is the one. I feel like it's only a matter of time before the full arts get spammed as promos like QCRs and Starlights. See, that I think would be a mistake. Yes. I think these cards should be exclusive. I think there should be some stuff that is actually a chase card in a Yu-Gi-Oh set that collectors have like a kind of like they should feel safe chasing those cards or investing into those cards or collecting those cards without fearing that Konami is going to reprint them like 3 months later in a tin box or something, right? Because then people are going to stop chasing those cards, right? The chibi arts should have been only Starlights for the collectors. Something like that, yeah. But I feel like, I mean, you basically, with a serial number, you are basically giving yourself no wiggle room, right? A serial number feels kind of final, doesn't it? Like if the card says this is number 5 out of 100, that is a commitment to there's only 100 of this, right? Like I feel like that eliminates the possibility of more of them being made in the future. Is what any logical human being would say. Right? Right? I don't see why they cannot make unserialized versions. Yeah, no, I mean they could do that, right? But those are not going to hold the same value, and that's fine, right? That's the idea behind all of this. Is like you want to make a cheap version for people to play with, so the game is affordable. But then you run into the problem of, well, if a lot of the cards are cheap for people to play with, then why are people opening product? Why are people buying product? What are people chasing in the sets if the cards are cheap? So you have to throw something in there that collectors want, that is a chase card, and but it doesn't impact the players, but is only attractive or largely attractive to the collectors, right? And that's what this kind of stuff does, right? I guess we'll find out. Damien, forget the lyrics. Thank you for the 24 months, 2 years of support. I appreciate that. Thank you for your prime. Just be like the OCG, open boxes for fun. Yeah, I guess in an ideal world, this is how it worked, but I just feel like this is not a point where the Yu-Gi-Oh community, at least in the TCG, is at, you know, like people are expecting some value or some, I mean, here's the thing, right? Even Pokemon boxes do not have, we've been over this. Pokemon boxes are not a good return on investment, right? People are losing money by opening Pokemon boxes, even in the West, but people still go crazy over them because they have that sort of like small chance, like they have those chase cards in them that you know are going to be worth a lot of money even in the long term. People keep them sealed for Pokemon. Not everyone does, though. Like, that's not true. I'm seeing people chase these cards, like, very, very frequently. Like, yeah, there's people scalping and keeping stuff sealed and stuff and hoarding it for the future and to try to resell it later. But these boxes ultimately are worth something because people want those chase cards. And Yu-Gi-Oh just doesn't have that. What this sounds like is make packs more gamba. I guess so, yeah. I guess that's it sounds a lot weirder if you say it like that, but realistically, you don't have to partake in it, right? Like if you are just trying to play the game, and ultimately that's my goal, right? I want the game to be playable for as little money as possible, so as many people as possible can take part in it. And for that, I feel like the products need to be opened, right? People need to want to open the product. And I guess that's what people want in trading card games, right? Is they want to open products that have chase cards in them. But if the chase cards are also the ones you play with, then that makes the game expensive to play. And that's what I don't want. If that makes sense. Anyways. Up. The top 16 Valor promo has also shown that just making a card rare doesn't sell it. I don't think a single copy has sold on market. The cards need to look special. I didn't have the same experience with the Valors personally. I've seen people get rid of them for a decent chunk of money, for sure. It's not easy to move this sort of stuff, but they are to an extent sell. At least they were after Euros, which is a while ago. Maybe these sort of things like kind of peter out over time, you know, like if there's repeated like if, you know, YCS after YCS after YCS, they're giving out more and more Valors. Yeah. And it's also, yes, the WCQ stamp was more exclusive than YCS's because they've got a lot more of those, yeah. I heard of people not being able to sell them for 400 euros. That's surprising to me. What's the Valor at on card market right now? Effect Valor. Where's the promo one? This is WCQ. This is YCS. 650 is the lowest on card market. I guess you can't see. 650 is the lowest on card market for the YCS Valor, and the WCQ is 1,750. But once again, these couple on card market don't actually represent its value necessarily. Average price not available means no sold. Realistically, yeah, in the last 30 days, they haven't sold here. Yes, I think that's what it means. Yeah. Yeah. They'll be reprinted several times over the whole season, so they're going to be way cheaper with each tournament. Yes, I do think, even though that's it's not great, but I do think something that we still don't know is how frequently are they going to change the cards in those packs, right? The assumption, at least my assumption, is that they're going to change it season for season. I don't know if they said that somewhere, but it does say 25. Yeah, the thing says 25 YC as the thing. But you know, they could theoretically they could put the same cards but with a different tag. But still, once the Veilers stop being produced, who knows what happens? You know, who knows what happens once they stop giving out these effect Veilers and people start realizing, hey, actually, I want a playset of effect Veilers, and it's gonna be a lot harder to find these once they're not being given out anymore, right? But yes, I think a little bit. I think a small portion here is also the card choices themselves, which, let's be honest, the card choices were only okay for the first season, right? Like it's a great concept, and I'm happy they started doing it, but they could have definitely chosen more hype cards. Even Effect Veiler, which is a long time Yu-Gi-Oh staple. Like if this was Ash Blossom, I think we'd be talking differently right now. If it was Ash Blossom or I don't know, Imperm or whatever. Like I think Veiler, out of the meta relevant like staples they could have picked, I think Effect Veiler was the one of the weaker ones they could have picked, right? They will get overshadowed by the full arts too. Yeah, maybe. I mean, ultimately, if the effect veilers end up selling for the 500, or even if it's 300 to 400, that still is a pretty decent step up from what we used to have. Is also something, right? My argument was just slapping a number on 100 secret rare marshmallow doesn't fit the collectability problem. They need to be more special. I get. Oh, so what you mean is the it depends how these serialized cards look. I don't know if that's true. I'm not a market expert on serialized cards. How do serialized cards work in other card games? Do they have like special cards get a number on it, or is it the normal art? Like which kind of art works? Like for example, I know Magic did it with the rings. Like is it a normal artwork that gets a serialized number, or is it a special artwork that's also serialized? And if it's a special artwork, is that special artwork ever available without the serialized number? You know what I mean? Like, can I get the serialized cards with the same artwork but without the numbers? I also think looks are super important for collectability. It's what makes the chase cards so cool in other games. I 100%, I agree with that. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Looks, especially for the cards you get out of packs, I think are super important. Football collectible cards change the background color depending on if it is an X out of 100 or an X out of 25. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course, I agree with you. Ideally, ideally, these overframe cards and the serialized number cards are not only rare, but also look good. I do think that is kind of a requirement for the success here. So I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I don't necessarily think that has something to do with the YCS price cards, because I still think the YCS price cards are good. And maybe people just aren't willing to let go of them for a price that's low enough yet. You know, there people, if the cheapest one on card market is 600 something and they're not selling, then maybe they haven't really reached the point yet where people are willing to did you just reduce the price, Jordan? Wasn't it 650 when we started talking about it? You did, right? It was 650. See, they've gone down already. As we speak. Is the special Josh viewer discount? Yeah, you can use Josh30 for €30 discount at Jordan's Effect mailer. YCS price cards are definitely good, but collectability doesn't depend on the rarity only. We need to rework main set structure. Oh yeah, I mean that is an argument that I said immediately when I saw this announcement. I said this is cool. It's awesome that they're doing this, but unironically, my main problem with Yu-Gi-Oh product at the moment is the core sets. The core sets is the one that need the fixing. We don't need another special product with special rarities and serialized cards in them. Like, sure, maybe that's fine, but what I really want is for these kind of things to appear in core sets, right? That's really what we need. Not arguing, just throwing some stuff. No, it's I get that. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I'm basically I'm on the same page there. Like I want this to eventually be a thing in core sets. And I don't know. I guess if you were optimistic about it, then you could maybe think that they are currently basically before they are committing to changing the set structure completely. Maybe they are testing the waters with some of these side sets. They're testing like, okay, how do people receive alt arts? How do people receive because alt arts have been tested in a couple of different ways now, I feel like, right? Like if we remember, we've had alt arts as an exclusive thing in the, which one was it? The Rarity collection, where the alt art for Nibiru and some other cards was only available in QCR, right? As only the highest rarity. There was no cheap version of these cards. So they were testing that. Then in Battles of Legends, we had the alt arts available in 2 rarities, right? We had the alt arts in regular secret rare, the chibi cards, regular secret, and Starlight. So that was another model they kind of tested, I suppose. And then now for example, in the branded structure deck, we're getting alt arts as a guaranteed inclusion in the deck, for example. Like it's not a chase card, actually. It's not something you have to hunt. You get it in every deck, right? The thrust. It's not like most decks have a normal thrust and then some decks have an alt art thrust. No, all decks have the alt art, right? And so they're kind of, to me, it feels like they're kind of playing around with these sort of concepts in different ways before they are willing to change the core set structure to include these cards, because I feel like they want to first have a feel for how they should do it. You know, should the alt arts only come in a high rarity? Should the alt arts come in low and high rarity, and so on, right? I feel like that. In my opinion, the optimal way of doing it is alt arts should release alongside the card immediately. They should not make alt arts like a year after the card comes out or 2 years after. Like in the case of Triple Tactics Thrust, we're getting an alt art like 3 years later now, or 2.5 years later. I don't remember when Thrust came out. It's been so long already. And I don't think that's the best way of doing it. I think stuff like this should release immediately when the card comes out. Like the core set comes out, Thrust is in there, regular Thrust, lower rarity, alt art Thrust, super hard to find chase card. That's, in my opinion, that's the best way of doing it. And in an ideal world, it's not just an alt art, but also like a full art. You know, like there's let's say Thrust comes as a super rare, so it's more affordable for everybody. But then you also have an alt art and a full art in the same set, and those are both super hard to find. I think that's perfect. And then you don't even have to reprint those. The full art and the alt art, let them be exclusive. Let them be chase cards. You know, I don't care, because the what I really care about is that the super rare Thrust is affordable. I'm just using Thrust as an example because it just happened to get an alt art now. Whether you like the alt art or not is irrelevant. And it's irrelevant to that example as well, because you can just play the super regular version. Imagine being a tree and you get cut down to be turned into cardboard and printed out as B.E.S support. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. I couldn't imagine that. But yeah. Dude, I'm still sad. They announced the Limit Over collection without any pictures of how the cards look like. I can't wait to see it's because in my mind there's only two ways this can go, and I'm so anxious as to how it'll go, because these will either be completely insane or they're just gonna look ass, and then everyone is gonna be so disappointed, man. Dude, I really hope they look good, man. Because if they suck, Jesus Christ. It looks like Rush Duel full arts. Yeah, maybe. Like, how would we feel if they looked like Rush Duel cards? Let's be honest here for a second. Hold up. I would feel good, not good. I mean, look, this is a Blue Eyes White Dragon in Rush Duel over Rush Rare, right? So I think this looks cool. I still think, like, if this is how they come out looking, then I will like them. However, I think there would still be a little bit of a disappointment in it, because I feel like other card games have proven that you can do better than this, right? And we've waited like 20 years for this or something. And like look. Hold up. This is the first thing that popped up when I looked for Pokemon Special Illustration Rare or whatever it's called. Like, there is a range that you can go with full arts in trading card games, and I feel like if these are the two we're comparing, I feel like I reached a conclusion, like, yeah, the Yu-Gi-Oh one's cool, but this is better. This is a better looking rarity. This looks insane, right? You can argue, yes, this has less text on it. Like, how are we gonna do this with text in Yu-Gi-Oh? Realistically, though, even if there was a more like, if there was an actual text box on here that wasn't transparent, you can still see how this would still look crazy. I don't know. I think it's possible. I think that's a lazy excuse. I think what we need to get rid of is the background, basically. The orange stuff is what needs to go for more artwork, right? The text box can stay. I don't care, right? But the yeah, like this. Like this is, I think this is a fan made card. But something like that, yeah. This would already be a lot better. Here you have this is exactly what I meant. I feel like you could even get rid of the stuff behind the name. If you put the name in a different color, you could even get rid of the box around it, right? And you could just keep the text box, and you'd be done, I think. Yeah. The box could be semi-transparent. I mean, you can read the text on this just fine, even if it's not transparent, right? So as long as you have enough room on the artwork where you can put the text, then you're fine, right? But yeah, look, all this speculation, it kind of doesn't matter, because all we have to do is we have to wait and see what they do with it. I'm just trying to say, like, I really hope they do this properly. After how long we've waited, after how long I've looked at other card games and looked at their like full arts in, like, let it be Digimon or One Piece or Pokemon, like all of their full arts and all of their like alternative artworks and stuff like that, it looks so good. And I just hope that we can get that too. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if it's like Overrush Rare, I guess I'll take it, but I think we could be doing a lot better. So I think I would be a little disappointed if it was like Overrush Rare. Yeah. Why was that Zapdos 2 times weak to lightning? Yeah, typing in the trading card game is a lot different than the video games. Doesn't always make sense, but it's a bird. That's why. Are these cards playable in the TCG? What you mean, like? Do you mean the Overrush Rare Blue Eyes in the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG, or do you mean the full arts in Pokemon? In case you mean the Blue Eyes, that is not a TCG card. That is technically not a Yu-Gi-Oh TCG or OCG card. That is a Rush Duel card, which is a different game. The new full art Yu-Gi-Oh ones? Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, they are legal cards. The new ones, the one I just showed you, the Blue Eyes, that was not how they look like. That was just a guess on how they could look like, because that's how Yu-Gi-Oh Rush Duel cards look. Which is also it's basically, Rush Duel is like a Yu-Gi-Oh spin-off. Like they turned it into another card game. Yeah. Full arts are playable in Pokemon. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Those cards, if these cards are not legal, then disaster. But they will be legal, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they would do something so stupid as print a card that is not legal to play as the chase card. I mean, I guess for collectors, it doesn't matter if the card is playable or not, but I just feel like that'd be such a huge missed opportunity, because at that point, you just can't, like, the collectors are interested in it, but none of the players are, which that wouldn't be smart. These cards are going to be protagonist aces and then never touched again. I don't know. I feel like that's a very pessimistic outlook on it, which I don't feel like this is the case. Like, I don't expect it to be the case. I don't think they're going to do this as a one-time thing and then not do it again, especially if it's well received. I feel like that's just not how it works, because ultimately they are a money-driven company, and if this is something that people want and they see clearly by this product that that people want this, then they're going to do it again. If it was something small scale, they wouldn't have announced it for TCG. Yeah, I mean, it is nice that they immediately confirmed we're going to get it in TCG and OCG. Yeah, I guess the most likely thing is that we're going to get the same thing, the same product in the TCG, maybe a little bit later or maybe at the same time, who knows. I guess the two big questions are, how good do these cards look? And then, if they look good, where else will we expect to find them, right? Will they find their way into rarity collections? Will they find their way into core sets? Because that's what really matters. If it's a one-time nice thing, then sure, but in the long term, for the health of the game, it would be important that this is something that changes the core set structure. Do you think they might fuse TCG and OCG soon, since we already get the same products partly now? No, I don't personally believe that. But I also, I'm saying this with a little bit of bias because this is not something I want to believe. Because I'm telling you right now what happens if that happens. We're probably gonna copy the OCG ban list, and I guess I can only speak for myself here, but I would not take that well. If they just say like, okay, your card pool is 1 now, and you now play OCG. That is one of the few things that I could imagine that actually gets me off of playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Because I fundamentally the OCG like philosophy behind the ban list is something I don't agree with in a lot of different steps. And if that happens, I don't know if I keep playing. And I don't think I'm the only one at that. I think a lot of people would keep playing, but I think they would still lose a chunk of people if they just said, yeah, we're going back to like 2 called by Maxi and all that, like that. I don't know. Can you elaborate on the OCG banlist mentality? I feel like OCG just does not ban cards properly. Because they basically, it's an entirely different game because Maxi is legal, which is, it's weird to reduce it all to that one card, but that card is in every single deck, so I guess it does make sense. Like, Maxi is just a fundamental part of the OCG, a fundamental, it's their way of fixing going second. It's basically like, oh, going first is not too broken because Maxi exists. So it feels like a lot of decks are designed with that philosophy in mind. Like, it doesn't matter how broken of a combo it does. It doesn't matter how broken of a deck it is, because Maxi is going to keep it in check. Which I think the weird part here is that statistically that is true, but it just doesn't make for fun gameplay. And I think that's basically a lot of their decisions are based around like just raw statistics and win rates, not the actual gameplay in mind, which is the same thing you see in Master Duel a lot of the times, where a lot of their hits are capable of reducing the win rate of a certain deck to a certain point, but it never really cares about how enjoyable is the game to play. You know, like, it's, even if you win games going second sometimes with Maxi, engaging in this sort of mini game with Maxi is not enjoyable, right? Like, opening 1 Maxi and 4 engine cards going second usually does not make for very enjoyable gameplay for at least one of the 2 people involved, right? Like, if I go first and I don't have an out to the Maxi, then I feel terrible, because I basically lose the game on the spot. If I go second, then if I have the Maxi and it gets negated, then I'm going second with 4 cards within a game where going second is already pretty bad. And basically all of it builds on that philosophy. I feel like it's like, that's why they have more Called by the Grave to counter the Maxi, to further ignite that mini game. That's why they have 3 talents to make going first even stronger sometimes. When you get Maxi, maybe take a card out of their hand. Like, it's just a whole lot of mini games and so on. And I don't really agree with that philosophy. And I think the TCG, even though the ban list is not perfect, like I've stated recently, at least in terms of like the power level of combos and certain stuff, like it does a better job at that. I like a combination of TCG and OCG called Yu-Gi-Oh! From a competitive standpoint. It'd be a better for watchability and audience retention because you could tune into any event anywhere in the world. Oh yeah, absolutely. That is something that would be really cool if it existed in theory and everyone was playing the same game. And I would be down in theory to play the same game everywhere. I am not a fan of the concept of different, like the game being different in different continents or different countries for an arbitrary reason. But I think at this point, we are at a point where if they ever decided to unite the game like that, then it would probably be more like the OCG than the TCG. So even though I agree the concept would be cool, I don't like how it would probably look for us. And this is obviously a lot of assumptions that I'm making right now, and I don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's happening. But I think if it were to happen, we would probably be playing OCG. And I don't want to play OCG. Do you feel this goes hand in hand with the more casual approach to Yu-Gi-Oh in the OCG? Like people just play to play rather than to always compete. We can see how pricing is also different in the OCG. Yes, I believe this works in the OCG because OCG players largely play with a different mentality. Because otherwise, I think it wouldn't work. I think it works because to an extent, cards like Maxi and Called by the Grave, they do two things for the game, right? They increase the variance in it because it's just a bunch of random win conditions out of nowhere that you draw or not draw. It has nothing to do with skill. It's just a mini game. But that also means that rogue decks and weaker players have a higher chance of competing because they can just win the mini game. And at that point, if you go first and you open a Called by the Grave for your opponent's Max C, what kind of deck you're playing is a lot less important than if you don't play that mini game, right? And if I go second and I have a Max C in hand and my opponent plays a meta deck but doesn't have an out, even if it's Malice, I can probably beat Malice with anything if I resolve Max C against them and they don't have an answer. And that is, to an extent, I can see from a business perspective why that is attractive, right? Give basically everyone a chance to win at your game. But I feel like we also agree that from a competitive perspective, that doesn't look very appealing, you know? It's not fun and it's not appealing for competitive players because why commit to playing a competitive game where you can be beaten by anyone just because they've drawn Max C, you know what I mean? And so I guess maybe it's the case that like the Yu-Gi-Oh community in the West just sees this game more as a competition, whereas in the OCG all they care about is like, or like, I mean, this is not true for everyone. There's a lot of competitive people in the OCG, but like, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, I feel like the mentality is a little different there, and to an extent, it's the same in Master Duel. And there's a lot of people even in the West enjoying Master Duel. And there's a lot of people with exactly those arguments whenever you criticize Max C. Whenever I criticize Max C in a YouTube video, I get these comments of people who I believe probably play the game a little bit more casually and say like, well, how else am I supposed to beat the meta decks? How else am I supposed to compete with Malice when they go first? And from their perspective, it makes sense, right? From their perspective, it makes sense. They don't care about the game being as good as possible from the competitive perspective. They care about being able to beat Malice with a rogue deck. And yeah, that is definitely the case. Judeo said you can't ban Maxi in Master Duel without banning 30 other cards. That's exactly what I meant with the overall philosophy, because it is not just Maxi. And at the moment, yes, that is true. If you ban Maxi, the world is going to go down in is going to be like it's going to be chaos, because they've basically been on this wave of we're going to design cards around Maxi for so long that we have so many broken combo decks in the OCG and in Master Duel, so many cards that are legal because Maxi is a thing, that like it's very hard to fix it now without a very, very long balance, which is why I'm so happy that the TCG has banned Maxi a long time ago and has taken steps on a lot of these things. Not all of them, but a lot of those cards have been handled in the TCG that haven't been handled in Master Duel. It starts with Appaloosa and it ends at, I don't know, you guys are naming a bunch of them right now, like Curious, the Lightsworn Dominion, Sprite Elf, Baron the Fleur, so many cards that are basically combo end board slop. But the playstyle is basically more accepted by OCG and Master Duel because Maxi exists. But then because Maxi exists, we also need more counters to Maxi because we can't have people too frustrated at Maxi. So we need to give them some outs, like Called By and whatnot. And it just basically opens up new dimensions of minigames everywhere, right? How about the Molcharmies? Molcharmies are basically that, but light. Because the Charmies are more healthy than Max C. They don't promote as bad of gameplay, but they do punish the decks that are trying to do a little bit too much still. So they are still kind of like a band-aid fix for this, but they are a way better band-aid fix for this. They are one that I can live with a lot more than with Max C. The thing is, like, this is, I guess, I've talked about this a lot through the perspective of Master Duel and OCG now. The perspective from the TCG is a little bit different because in the TCG, this also has implications on us because most of our cards, I believe, are designed first by the OCG, right? A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I think, originally are designed from Konami Japan. I don't know how much say Konami EU and Konami NA have in the design of new Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Maybe they can do. I mean, we know that they can do some TCG exclusives every once in a while, but for the most part, I think Japan is the one that makes the cards, and of course, they design cards for their format, right? I don't think they have the TCG in mind too much when they make new cards, right? And so basically, they are releasing cards into an environment where Max C is going to balance out some combos. But that's not the case for us, right? We get those cards. A great example of this is the Super Heavy Samurai deck. I believe that deck, like, I feel like when that deck came out, everyone knew that deck was going to be a problem for us because we had basically nothing to stop that deck. Like, we could try to hand trap it, but like realistically, at that point, I think Charmies weren't even a thing yet. So it was like that deck was clearly designed for a format which, at the time, I believe they even still had their triple Max C. And we were basically like, yeah, you got to Droll and Lockbird them or bust, right? And that was not healthy. And it was clearly a deck that was designed with Max C in mind because it was also Super Heavy Samurai. So Super Heavy Samurai wasn't able to play a lot of the outs to Max C, right? That's why Super Heavy Samurai is such a good example for this, because it was like supposed to be like the monster only deck. So it was like, okay, you have Ash Blossom, but that's it. So like you're playing a high ceiling combo deck, but the downside is you don't have a lot of answers to Max C. So in theory, if your opponent has Max C, you lose all the time. They could play Gamma, but you could play around Gamma very easily by just waiting until they have a monster. So it was basically just Ash if you did it properly, right? And we got those cards, and we did not have that aspect, right? For us, it didn't matter that they couldn't negate Max C a lot of the time because we didn't have Max C. And so TCG got rid of that deck very quickly. They printed them in low rarity, and then got rid of it like 2 months after. Basically, I feel like signaling that, yeah, this deck was not designed with TCG in mind. Like, this is not something we want over here. Which is good and weird at the same time. Maybe it was 2 weeks and not 2 months. I don't remember exactly. Maybe it was 2 weeks. It was quick. Which is good and bad at the same time, because it was a good response from the TCG, I think, but it still highlighted an underlying problem in Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole in terms of like the card designs, right? Like, because if cards are being designed for a format that's fundamentally different, then those cards might not be healthy for a completely different format. People somehow complained. I mean, look, the people complained because they invested into those cards, and even though the new cards weren't expensive, some of the older cards were expensive, right? That's why people complained, which is kind of understandable. You know, like if you pick up a bunch of super heavy samurai cards and then the cards get banned 2 weeks after, that is a reason to complain. I don't blame anyone for complaining about that if they invested like money into a super heavy samurai deck because they didn't expect it to be hit so quickly, right? I do agree with their decision to do it, but I also empathize with the people who didn't expect it. Right? And that's why it's a problem. It's like we shouldn't be in this position. But here we are. They should have said they were going to hit it before the new cards were released. Yeah, this is not Genesis format, brother. That's not how it works in here. How do you feel about Ash Blossom with Charmies now? Charmies are a weird topic. I've thought about that recently. Like, how do I feel about Charmies these days? Because it's been a while now, right? Charmies were a very, very hype discussion topic when they came out. And now I feel like everyone is kind of used to it. And so I was like, well, how good was the introduction of Charmies actually? And I've thought about that for a little bit, like a couple days ago. And there's one thing I realized, but I think that thing is going to sound like a positive, but I think it leads to, once you think it through, it also shows you some negative sides. So basically what I realized is that some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh games that are being played at the moment, I feel like, and you can correct me or you can say if you feel the same thing, some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh games at the moment happen after Molcharmi Fuvalos. Sometimes Purulia and Meowls too, but mostly Fuvalos, I feel like, offers a lot of good gameplay these days. Because Fuvalos does a lot of things that I was hoping for what it would do. Because almost no deck that is competitively viable at the moment is completely dead to a Fuva. Most decks have their combos that they can do under a Molcharmi. I feel like most Yu-Gi-Oh decks at the moment don't actually just pass turn, can't do anything. It's not like Max C, right? Because if you look at decks like it's Draco Tail, Yami, Mitsurugi, K9, literally all of these decks, you hit them with a Fuva, the Fuva feels good, you will draw cards from it, but none of those, almost never when I resolve a Fuva against those decks, it feels like a free win. But it feels like I still have to work for it. Sometimes I still lose after I resolve a Fuva, and it's never like straight up. It never feels like a straight up auto win. And it didn't feel like that against Malice, and it also didn't feel like that against Raritys. At least from my perspective, that's how it feels against meta decks in Yu-Gi-Oh. If you resolve a Fuva, I don't feel like you auto win. I feel like you actually play good Yu-Gi-Oh after. Here's what this leads to, however, because what about the other side of the argument? What happens? And I've also encountered this a lot of the times in recent formats, is what happens when all of a sudden you play a game against one of these decks where Fuva gives you a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh, but what if I don't have Fuva? Or what if they ash my Fuva? All of a sudden, you play against K9 Crystron, you play against even Mitsurugi Yami, or even pure Yami, or even pure Mitsurugi to an extent. And sometimes it's like, or Raritys Fiendsmith or Raritys Mitsurugi was also a great example of this. It was like, you activate the Fuva, you get ashed or called by it, or you don't have the Fuva, and then hell breaks loose. You know, they normal summon ice, activate effect, you say okay because you don't have Fuva, and then they know you don't have it, and then it goes crazy, right? And so I'm asking myself this question of like, if Yu-Gi-Oh games going second are at its best after a Molcharmi resolves, and otherwise sometimes, not always, but sometimes feel very, very hard if you don't resolve a Fuva, then yes, the Fuva does its job. Like, Fuva does its job, but maybe these decks are still a little bit too powerful overall. The difference with Fuva is you can have a plan B under it, and it keeps toxic decks in check because they, on average, lose 1 of 3 games if they have no plan. Yes, I do think Fuva overall is healthy for the game, but I'm just like, that's not what I mean. I mean more like, I feel like we need more cards like this that force people to play good games, or maybe couldn't we make Yu-Gi-Oh decks that produce better Yu-Gi-Oh games even if a card like that isn't involved? Do you know what I mean? Can we maybe find a way to design archetypes that make boards that feel more like Fuva half boards? Or can we maybe make archetypes that are better at going second so that the games, even if someone goes full combo, the games going second feel more like actual Yu-Gi-Oh games? And by that, I don't mean Tenpai, because that's also not what I want. That's not a Yu-Gi-Oh game, is if I go second, activate a card and kill you in one. That's not interesting. You know what I mean? Basically, what I want is I want more games to feel like the games after a Charmy resolved without actually having to resolve a Charmy, which might sound weird, but I hope you get what I mean. So you want Genesis? I do want Genesis. No, I do think to an extent this is something that some of the modern archetypes actually offer, right? We've made a couple of steps this year towards that, because I would argue most games going second against Draco Tail kind of feel like that. Like whether you resolve a Fuva against Draco Tail or not, the game feels relatively similar. So to an extent, some of the archetypes they've made feel like this, right? Like Draco Tail is a meta deck that genuinely feels beatable going second without having a single interruption for their turn. Like it feels like Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Game going second against Draco Tail, even if you don't have a hand trap or a board breaker. Like it's possible to make these decks in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And to an extent, Pure Yummy also feels like that. Pure Yummy, you probably need to play a pretty strong engine deck, or you need to play, you draw like, you do need to draw like an out to the Herald of the Arclight, but Pure Yummy is fine too. It's just, it gets a little crazy. I feel like now we're circling around to another topic again, which is the hybrid decks, right? Which is like conceptually and with the deck building aspect in mind, I do think they're pretty cool. But I feel like stuff like Mitsuyami kind of like blows the end board power like out of proportion. But I don't know. That's a different topic. We have a new card, apparently. People in chat have been saying, so let's move on from this discussion. Blast your path forward with Sheena, the twin storm deities of divine thunder. Now, if this isn't a Radiant Typhoon support card, then I don't know what is. It's not called Radiant Typhoon, but dude, level 9 wind, twin storm deity, come on. Level 9 wind dragon, let's see what we got. Ooh, wind dragon, searchable for Tempest, let's go. Level 9 wind dragon effect monster. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect while you control a wind monster, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand, then apply this effect based on that card's monster type. Monster, return all face-up monsters on the field to the hand except Sheena. Spell trap, return all spell traps on the field to the hand. The first time this card will be destroyed by battle each turn, it's not destroyed. Okay, so it doesn't actually have anything to do with the Radiant Typhoon. That's my first disappointment. But This is an interesting card, isn't it? Because I'm looking at this more as like a board breaker type card that also works when you're going first sometimes. Like, it's like, because I'm thinking of it like your opponent goes first, makes a board. Let's say they make a yummy board, and let's just say you're playing Radiant Typhoon, because that's the deck with a lot of wind monsters that I've been thinking of. And you like summon one of the Radiant Typhoons, you activate the effect, your opponent chains something, trying to negate it or trying to respond to it in some other way, with a monster. And then you just go like, okay, I will chain Sheena to this effect, which just bounces everything. And it doesn't even start a chain. Like, it doesn't even start a new chain to bounce everything, because this is all one effect. If they cannot negate it in hand, you can't imperm this, you can't droplet this, you can't anything. It doesn't work, right? You just special it and everything's back in your hand now. It's only really useful if you use it early on, though. Otherwise, you cook your own board. Right. Fair enough. But that just means it's balanced, right? Because it also bounces your own monsters. But realistically, like, that feels very powerful. I feel like that's pretty good. And then it's like, it's also usable when you're going first. It's not like a Raigeki type card that that you cannot use at all when you're going first, because if you play a deck with wind monsters and you go first and you make a board and your opponent starts playing into the board, maybe eventually you use an effect, they chain to it, and then you can summon this out and bounce all the things that your opponent has committed. Now, to be fair, in this case, you would also be bouncing your own board, but maybe that's fine, depending on the deck you're playing. Is it a downside if your Radiant Typhoon monsters bounce to hand? No, specifically in that deck, I don't even think it is, because they come back very easily, right? Like, bouncing your... Sometimes it can even be an advantage, right? Like, let's say you have a Crocia on your board because you resolved it on turn 1, and then on your opponent's turn, you bounce it back, so you can bring it back. I like this card. I think is the type of card that's cool without being too broken, but like good enough to actually see play, maybe. I like it. I think it's cool. It dodges Veiler if that's somehow relevant. It does dodge Veiler, yeah. You normal summon a monster, they Veiler it, you summon this, bounce your monster back, it no longer gets Veilered, yeah. Good card in Heroes, Stratos goes burn. No, this is a good card. I like it. I don't have much to say about it other than this feels pretty good. This is definitely something. I mean, of course, you're gonna have to play a deck with a lot of wind monsters, and this card does nothing on its own if you don't have a play already. So like, it's balanced in that way. It feels more like a non-engine card. It really feels more like a non-engine card, even though it is on a wind monster that like level 9 and stuff like that. But it feels more like a card. You don't count this as engine. You don't count this as an extender or anything like that when you're building your deck. This is like a card that you choose to play instead of like a board breaker. Because maybe there's a deck in the format that this happens to be really good against. You know, like if there is a deck where a card like this just goes hard as a board breaker, then you're going to consider this card, right? Search it with Tempest. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if it was level 7. But I guess they did make it level 9 because it does feel like a Radiant Typhoon coded card, right? And in Radiant Typhoon, you want to make rank 9s with it, I suppose, with the other Radiant Typhoons. So that's something. It can clear the entire back row. I mean, I'm kind of focused on the first effect here because Yu-Gi-Oh is so monster centered at the moment, but like this can be a relevant effect in Radiant Typhoon because it clears your opponent's spell trap zone, so you can special all your you can special summon all of your Radiant Typhoon monsters if your opponent has no spell traps. So that could, I mean, it's going to make the matchup against spell trap decks a lot better. Like I can see this being played in Genesis format, for example. This once again, where like in Genesis format, this goes hard as a side deck card in Radiant Typhoon, or maybe even main deck, honestly. Because, well, you're playing against a monster heavy deck. Well, guess what? This bounces all the monsters. You're playing against Odeon. Well, guess what? Boom. Bounce your entire back row. Like, without the ability to negate it. This card kills Odeon. Because they they try to negate something with the Apophis trap, and you like, no, respond, chain, bounce everything. Like that's good. That is very good. And in Genesis, the power level of this card is definitely high enough. Right? You can summon this turn 0 in Radiant Typhoon. Right. You do need a couple of conditions to be met, right? You basically need to draw this with Crocia or with one of the other big ones, and then you need your opponent to activate a quick play spell. But in theory, yes. If your opponent activates a quick play spell, you summon out something, and then they keep playing, you can potentially just bounce everything. Which is pretty good. Turn 0 with Izuna too. So we're going Izuna, make Ripper. Ripper is a wind monster. Then our opponent starts playing into the Ripper, and we summon this to bounce everything, including the Ripper. I guess so, yeah. I guess so. I don't know. I don't think that's something that you're going to see very often, because you wouldn't really do this just because your deck plays Izuna, because it's a completely dead card if you have no Izuna. It's funny for a turn 0 turbo deck. Okay, so are we playing this in like the Hop Ears Squadron hand trap deck? Is this good enough? Which ways do we have to summon a wind monster? Yes. I don't know. Axel Synchron? Yeah, but then we need to have Hop Ear Synchron and another monster with it, right? If we have Hop Ear and a Bestial, then we can make this live. What if we don't? What if we don't have Hop Ear? How do we make this live? Is there a good wind hand trap that stays on the field? Don't say Miradora. Gamma? Gamma is not wind. Hop Ear is never on the field? No, but it... but Hop Ear summons wind monsters. If you have Hop Ear, you can easily make Baron in Master Duel, I guess, or in the TCG. You can just make like Stardust Dragon Assault mode, not Assault mode, Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon, and then that's on the board and whatever. Goblin Biker Boom Mac under the most specific conditions. Wandering Griffin Rider. Okay, but now we're just naming cards. Now we're just naming wind monsters. None of these are hand traps. None of these make sense in that deck. Just like, what is a wind monster I could name right now? Fuva? Yeah, but Fuva is not on the board. Yeah, I don't know. I see this card in a dedicated wind deck. Where you can actually, I think the plan is not to use it as a hand trap, unless you get very fortunate, but you want to use it more as like a board breaker, where you start playing into their board and they respond and you're like, nope, bounce. And I think that's pretty good. I think that's already pretty good. The year of the wind. Year 2026, year of the wind. Okay. All right, gamers. I need to build a deck for locals. And if you were here on Thursday, you already know we had a long discussion about the current format, and I've shared some of my thoughts on where I'm at with deck choices, because we have a long time until YCS Bologna, and not much is changing until then. So, on the one hand, you could see this pessimistic and say like, oh, the format is going to be stale and boring and Mjolnir lock everywhere and so on until Bologna. But today we're looking at it more positively, I guess, or we're going through some of the things that we can do. And one positive aspect is we have a lot of time to maybe find something that that works for YCS Bologna. And if you haven't seen that, I recommend you type !YouTube in chat right now and subscribe to the Plus channel, because I'm going to upload that discussion on the Plus channel soon, because I thought it was really good, but it was too long for the main channel. But that discussion was good on Thursday, I feel like, the one that we had. So I will upload that. And one of the decks that I mentioned that I really wanted to try for YCS Bologna was Sky Striker. And Sky Striker, the reason, I mean, I like Sky Striker, first of all, but second of all, Sky Striker avoids a lot of the floodgates in the current format. Not all of them, but most. Droll and Lockbird is going to be a problem, but you don't care about D-Barrier, you don't care about D-Fissure, and that's pretty cool, because those cards are pretty annoying. Shifter would still be a problem, but that's a one-off, so I'm okay with that. Double Loss Turbo is something that I'm also concerned about, which is why that was one of the reasons why I didn't play Sky Striker for YCS Lille, was that I didn't have enough time to properly test it, and as a result of that, I wasn't sure how bad the new timeout rules were going to be for Sky Striker. Because I do believe one of the most important factors if you're playing Sky Striker, which is more of like a board breaker deck, is the fact that you need to, like, I think you need to really understand when it's worth playing into a board and when you should scoop. Because on the surface, I feel like most games look very playable with Sky Striker, whereas you know, sometimes you just need to understand, like, maybe I can try to break this board, but it's not going to be worth it. With the rise of Yamimitsu, a lot of players are rotating to Droll in the main deck, not only Droll post side. See, I don't know if that's true. I don't think Droll and Lockbird feels that good against Yamimitsu. Maybe I need more testing against that deck probably, but in my first couple of games against it, I didn't feel like Droll was good against Yamimitsu. It's better than Bell. Okay, I'll give you that. But I feel like against Yamimitsu, there's two things that I really liked. I liked Charmies, different Charmies too, not just Fuva, but like I think Perulia and Meowls are also pretty good. And I think Dark Ruler is really good. Droll and Lockbird, I think, is kind of mid. Because it's like, yeah, you're forcing them to just play Yummy basically at that point. But I think most decks with one less card still lose to a full Yummy end board. I don't know. I didn't think Droll and Lockbird felt that amazing, especially in the main deck, because you still have to contend with all the other decks, right? Like you need to play against like pure Yummy, you need to play against Draco Tail too. Like I don't know. I don't feel like Droll and Lockbird is gonna be that good in the main deck. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong, and I find out when I go to locals and regionals that I get drolled every game one, and then Sky Striker isn't the call. That's the entire idea, right? Is like in a long format like this, we have some time to explore some options. So I wanted to start with Sky Striker, and if that doesn't work out, then it's okay. Because because basically one of my other thoughts, and I guess we can talk about how you feel about this argument that I'm about to make, but I felt like in the current format, the best game was usually game one when I played. A lot of games post side were very, very heavily dominated by like the people optimizing their decks for going first and then having like the perfect floodgate for the matchup and so on and so forth. And like I was basically what I'm getting at is I'm trying to find the deck that has like the best possible game one so that I can avoid, because I feel like if you lose game one, even if you manage to win game two, winning game three going second with a normal deck at the moment feels very, very rough. Like, yeah. And so I was trying to find the deck with the best, or like thinking about which kind of deck would have the potentially best best game one. And I thought back to my initial time when I tested Sky Striker. When I started testing Sky Striker a while ago, I did notice I was winning basically every game one. And I feel like maybe if I can start from that point and then identify the stuff that I'm losing to post side, I might be able to find a deck that's really good. And like honestly, unironically, a strat that I've like thought about is like because I'm also taking into account the new time rules, is like I want to be able to win game one even if they are long and grindy and then still have a chance at winning the match. So here's what I thought about. I thought about unironically just if I win a 30-minute game one, I will not put many cards in my side deck for going second for game two, because I expect my opponent to win going first post side anyways, because it's going to be really hard. And I don't have a lot of time to properly break the board anyways, because I can't risk getting a double loss. So I thought about like, okay, win a long grindy game one, basically build the best possible game one deck for long and grindy games. And then just like game two, if my opponent goes first and starts comboing and my hand is not completely crazy, I just scoop and go to game three as fast as possible. And then I put the most degenerate shit in my side deck for going first, so that even if they droll me, it doesn't matter because I set disgusting shit. You know what I mean? It's not going to feel great, but that would be one way to make sure that even after a long and grindy game one, I can quickly win game three, right? It's like, yeah, okay, cool, you droll me, it's fine. I activate D-Barrier against your Mitsurugi deck, and then I kill you with 0 the next turn. You know what I mean? And that could be one way to actually win a best of 3 in this current format, you know? Which is not good gameplay after game 1, but then basically I'm gonna get my enjoyment out of game 1 and then screw the post-game sides anyways, dude. Come on, it's how every game goes post-side at the moment in TCG, bro. What if you lose game 1? If I lose game 1, I am in trouble with that concept. Basically, I mean, we don't have to side deck 15 cards for going first, but like we can maybe side deck some blowouts for going second, and then like let's say we have Fuva in the side deck, okay, and then if I go second post side and there's 15 minutes left on the clock and I have a Fuva in my opening hand, I'll let my opponent play, and if my Fuva resolves, then I'll try to play it out. If I don't have Fuva or my Fuva gets negated, I'll be like, okay, let's go next. You know what I mean? Sounds like a great format. It is basically a it's yeah. I mean, but it's like I have to work with what the format is, right? I can't keep building decks to what I would want them to look like, what I would want the game to be. Instead, I need to kind of worry about, the reality, I guess. What about Mjolnir? Mjolnir is one factor that I'm currently considering because there's two ways this can go. We could build going first Sky Striker in the sense that we try to make, and then we would have like a 50% win rate against K9 Crystron, because going first we can win, going second we probably can't. Which honestly, that deck is coin flip anyways, so I don't really feel like coming up with a crazy solution for that matchup. Like I can't be asked. I think that's the case with most decks. You probably just lose going second to K9 Crystron, whatever. It's also not that popular, yeah, because people don't like flipping coins that much. Yeah. The other alternative, which is something that I would have to try, is I think there is a reality where if we blind second game one, there could be a world where K9 Crystron is beatable by just getting Mjolnir locked and then like somehow outing their board with like Raigeki Droplet, and then I don't know, setting like what's it called, a linkage, and interrupting their follow-up, because the follow-up of that deck is not that crazy. So maybe there is a small chance when you just have like 6 cards in hand, didn't hand trap them at all, so didn't turn on Izuna, you just get Mjolnir locked, and then because you're not actually a combo deck, you're playing Sky Striker, maybe you can break the board. But then you would have to draw some very specific like answers, like Raigeki, Droplet, those kind of cards, right? What about Protoss decks? I think Protoss is manageable for Sky Striker, right? Because they would call dark or light, I guess, depending if they know the matchup. I guess light is better because it disables a 0. You can play without 0 for a turn. You can also, if they call dark, you can play a turn without special summoning Ray, because you can still normal summon Ray, and then you just cannot tag out with 0 for the turn, I guess. But I think that's manageable. I think Protoss is manageable. But yeah. Anyways, we can get to building something. I'm just using this deck builder site I found because I didn't have time this morning to search for all the cards in my stuff because I got home very late last night. We were at a family birthday yesterday, and it was I got home at like 2 a.m. in the morning or something, so I didn't have time to get all the real cards out here. So we're just using yugioh Prague. So I guess that's the first thing we need to think about is, do we go first or second? Genuinely, I have no issue with going second, except for K9 Crystron. I think all other matchups are pretty manageable going second game one. I feel like if you're going first with Sky Striker, you might as well play something else. You do have a point there. However, I don't fully agree with your point. I see where you're coming from. However, I also think there's an argument to be made that Sky Striker could be played going first, because if you like, it's a deck that you can look at from the perspective of it's pretty solid at going first, but it is one of the decks in the format that minds losing the dice roll the least. The YCS Brazil list went first. Was there a Sky Striker deck at YCS Brazil? Hold up. Let me see. Sky Striker. Ooh, there was a Sky Striker deck in top 32. Yeah, hold up. Take a look at that. Top 32 YCS Sao Paulo. Okay. There's a few. This does look like a going first list. The complete absence of Raigeki. Maybe even I was even thinking about Dark Ruler, because realistically, like the initial reason why I didn't have Dark Ruler in the deck was that I didn't want to. I wanted to try and OTK people, but at the same time, I felt like it wasn't necessary to. Like very often, I wasn't OTKing anyways. Like, and then Dark Ruler would have made things a lot less difficult. I have a hate-love relationship with Pot of Desires in this deck. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how I feel about this one, especially since they're only playing one Rose. However, there's nothing I hate more than having to play two Rose. That feels awful in this deck. So it makes sense to play Pot of Desires in this deck. I think it is a really good card in Sky Striker. Getting a spell into the grave and drawing two, it's so massive for consistency and card advantage and all that. Like it is so good in this deck. But I am not sure how many I want to play, and I'm honestly not willing to play a second Rose. So like, because here's the thing, I could see playing this deck with one Rose and still play Desires, because here's the thing, I feel like it's not like having the Rose as a target for Sky Striker A0 is important, but at the same time, like I have noticed that sometimes it was okay if I didn't have it. You know, like it was okay if I didn't have it. Sometimes, like it's not 100% necessary to always have that. But yeah. Why does this look like an Exodia build? Dude, this deck is so fun to play, man. You draw so many cards. It's awesome. The Radiant Typhoon card is crazy in this too. I love this card in Sky Striker. It is genuinely so good. It's awesome. It is an awesome deck. And this list is pretty clean. Unironically, for a going first version of Sky Striker, this kind of slaps. I'm not sure how I feel about just 2 copies of Thrust. But this is pretty neat. Surely it won't lose to Droll. No, it does lose to Droll. Don't get me wrong. It definitely does. It definitely loses to Droll. Boral Sword. I'm not sure exactly how, but to me it feels like they're using Boral Sword as an out to Liger Dancer. The problem is, how do you prevent your Boral? Am I missing something? How do they prevent the Boral Sword Dragon from destroying it? Oh, with the Eagle Booster? Right, there's an Eagle Booster in the side deck. There's an Eagle Booster in the side deck, and then, yeah, you can make Boral Sword Dragon and make it unaffected with Eagle Booster. And then you can beat over the Liger Dancers. Right, that after siding, that does work. That's okay. That's an okay strategy. You could also side Hamp, yes. But Hamp, in theory, Hamp only outs one Liger Dancer, whereas Boral Sword Dragon outs both. Because Boral Sword can attack over both. The problem is if they have two, you have multi-roll, right? Like you have multi-roll to make it so they can't respond to your Eagle Booster. And then you can beat 2 Ligers if they let you go to a Boral Sword. If they see materials for a Link 4, they just Liger. If they expect it, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know how familiar people were at this YCS with this specific tech, right? please play Hamp plus Bot Herder. Wait, is Bot Herder the Mimighoul support card? That's funny. Target a monster your opponent controls that's a face-up monster you own. Take control of all monsters your opponent controls except that monster. Yeah, you can play Bot Herder with Sky Striker Hamp, and then give your opponent the Hamp and then steal everything and attack them for game. That's very funny. I don't know if it's good though. It's a funny thing to do though. I think that's a funny thing to do. Okay. So, real quick. 3 Rays, 1 Rose for now. Azalea, Ayate. I'm gonna put 3 Kagaris for now, but I'm not sure if we need 3. How many Shizukus do you usually play? 1, right? Yeah, 1 is enough. Zeke, 3 zeros. Oh yeah, 3 Rays. I'm not sure how I feel about the field spell, but I guess with the small MST package, it is somewhat neat to be able to MST your own field spell. It kind of functions like a starter sometimes. Yeah. We don't afterburner and jamming waves. I feel like, I mean, if we're blinding second, then these cards are definitely options. If we're going first, then not so much. Yeah. 3 engage. Eagle Booster is an option. Hornet Drones is fine. Shark Cannon, 3 Anchor, 3 Linkage. I'm a big fan of double Lemniscate, especially with the Radiant Typhoon card. I like that. Yeah. And then Hamp could be a side deck card. Not being able to use DB leads to such silly situations like using this deck builder. It's not that bad. It's like the same thing. We have Azalea. Do we play Azalea even? Yeah, we do. Radiant Typhoon. Neuron doesn't need that. Neuron has it, but it looks awful. That's why I was looking for something else this morning. Okay, we have this. We do play triple tactics. I'm leaning towards playing 3 thrust. Droplet is also an option for sure. We definitely play Called By. We play... I was just thinking of a card. Oh yeah, Desires. So they played... Oh, Upstart. I like Upstart. Upstart. I like Upstart, and I like Rhoda. What I'm not sure about is the Ash Blossoms. Like, I don't hate Ash Blossom in here. At the same time, I guess if we're going first, Ash Blossom is good. Ash fell off. I mean, it's good for Fuva. Going second, it feels like not the greatest card, though. So this would be, at this point, we're building for going first, right? We're building for going first. Yeah. I like all these cards. Chicken game and terraforming. I don't know. I guess if we just hope that we don't get drolled in game 1, then you could do this and call it a day. This would be 40. So going second, you're basically playing full breakers, which I think works in... I think this works in a decent amount of matchups. The problem is we don't have Raigeki or Dark Ruler, which I thought were both pretty good. Maybe those should be here. I'm not sure if... One issue I definitely faced, if you remember the locals where I played Sky Striker, one issue I 100% had with this deck is drawing into duplicates of once per turn cards, because normally, of course, in Yu-Gi-Oh deck building, it's like, oh, you play a card in multiples because you want it, like you play 3 copies if the card is good. But in this deck, like you draw an absurd amount of cards, and drawing into cards that you cannot use anymore really feels bad. So like cards like multiple thrust, multiple desires, multiple droplets, that has happened to me for sure. I'm thinking with droplet, it's less bad because going second, you can use one droplet and then set the other droplet for follow-up, so that's not as bad. And also, you can discard droplet for Radiant Typhoon Vision, technically. So like, droplet I could see playing as a 3 of. Maybe, especially if I'm only playing 1 Rose, maybe Desires is just a 2 of in this deck because you're going to draw so many cards. At the same time, Desires is also a consistency piece in this deck, right? Like if I can't play the game yet, then I'm not drawing any cards. So I'm not sure. Or drop, yeah, you can droplet send droplet too, so that'd be fine. My concern with this deck, the going first version, is basically how good is this at going second? Is this good enough at going second if we don't play any dedicated breakers? Because right now, all we have in terms of actual breakers is like droplet. And I guess thrust into talents, but we don't really have a whole lot of like full-on breakers. Right? This feels like a solid list for going first. But I don't know how good it is at going second, actually. But that is something I would have to try. Because technically, that's the same thing with this deck, right? This deck is the same deck for going second, except it has Ash Blossom, which, funnily enough, I don't think Ash Blossom is a good going second card in Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment. It's good against Mitsu and Draco Tail, sure. But those matchups are already the most playable for going second. In other matchups, I don't even think Ash Blossom helps you that much going second. It's good going first for Charmies. And as a backup to a half board or a board, it becomes really strong. But it's funny because I really feel like in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Ash is more like a going first card. It's the same in Master Duel. Like you draw an Ash Blossom going second against Malice, you feel awful. But going first, it's obviously a requirement for Maxi, right? And I guess that is something that I need to figure out with Sky Striker, is like how bad is Molcharmi Fuvalos for this deck, and how good is this deck at going second without dedicated board breakers, right? Because at the point where you can't win with this deck consistently going second, then you should just blind second and actually play the breakers, right? Because let's say some of these arguments are true, right? Let's say this deck is not strong enough at going second right now, and it's bad into Mulcharmy Fuvalos. You could get rid of both of those elements by just building a dedicated blind second deck, right? You could just and then you avoid both of those problems. You avoid the Charmies completely because you're blinding second, and you avoid the what's it called? The opponent. You avoid the problem of not having the right board breakers because you would just main deck them, right? You would just play like Raigeki or Dark Ruler or both or something. What if we become cheeky and main deck the one-dimensional barrier? I thought about that for a second. I thought about like, is dimensional barrier maybe better than Black Goat Laughs in the current format? Which going first, I think the answer is yes. I think the problem is going second. Going second, the Black Goat is actually a good card in this deck because you can like send it for Droplet or send it with Area 0, so it's like a much better draw than a D-Barrier. Even though D-Barrier, if you can break the board and then set a D-Barrier for their follow-up turn, maybe it's also fine. Can you break the insane pile boards? With cards like Dark Ruler and maybe Raigeki, I think you could. Like with one Dark Ruler, you can break a Mitsuyami board, I believe. And then you just can't kill them, but you could potentially outgrind with Sky Striker. Like if I was blinding second with this deck, I probably would play Dark Ruler. The only problem of blind second is I'm basically gonna die to K9 Crystron, right? If I blind second against it. Unless the deck can actually beat the deck under the Mjolnir lock. Lunalight 2? Yeah, Lunalight. Game 1, Lunalight is going to be a bad matchup. Lunalight is something we could relatively easily fix with siding, though. Like, you actually... I think you can take the Game 1 loss to Lunalight. If you side deck appropriately. I think that would be okay. Would Camellia be played if it was out yet? Yes, it would. It would. Are you still gonna side Salesman? I mean, the side deck, basically the side decking philosophy depends a lot on how you build the main deck, because that's something I was also saying in the video I made about how to build a side deck. There was a lot of aspects of like the side deck and the main deck do need to go hand in hand. And I do think this is also true in this case. Like, I do think if you build this version of the deck, the going first deck, then I think the things that I said earlier don't really apply. Where, like, the strategy I proposed, where you side deck, like, you try to win game 1 as consistently as possible, and then you just ignore the game going second post side. Instead, you side deck a lot of crazy stuff for going first. I don't think this is something that this deck can do, because I don't think this deck is going to win super consistently when it goes second game 1. Like when this deck goes second game 1, there is going to be games where you can't break the board or you can't win, even in a longer grind game. Because you don't have the cards that it takes to blow out a Mitsuyami board sometimes. Right? There's no Dark Ruler, no Raigeki or whatever. So in this deck, I do agree you need the more balanced side deck approach that you see here, right? Like the player that made top 32 at YCS Sao Paulo played a relatively similar game main deck. And so in this side deck, I think it makes more sense to be more balanced, right? Like we have Fuva, we have Raigeki, Lightning, like we're side decking cards for going second here. In order to have a chance, if we lose game 1, win game 2, we need to have a chance to win game 3 going second. That's why these cards are here, right? But we're still side decking some cards for going first. But that's not what I was referring to earlier, right? Which is why you often see people side deck more like crazy stuff in blind second decks. Because blind second is a strategy that can potentially work pretty well in game 1 if you do it right. But then post side, it might be exploitable. Dark is nice. You can take Murakumo and Raigeki back. Yes, Dark is nice for the Mitsu matchup. You cannot summon it after linkage, though, which is a little annoying. Oh. I mean, this extra deck is basically standard. I do believe you can get away with playing 2 Kagaris. I've said that before when I played the deck for the first time. I think 2 Kagaris is fine. But there's also nothing else you really need. It could be Mega Fleet, yeah. It could be Mega Fleet. Could be Mega Fleet, yeah. So in a deck like this one, how would I build the side deck? All Christian are Mjolnir locking, so Mega Fleet doesn't seem good around. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I just didn't know what else to put, but maybe there's some awkward hands where they can't do it. I'm not sure. Could be the Boral Sword. Could be Exciton. Someone said Exciton, and I think the idea is not the worst. That you can go 0 and then tag out into 2 level 4s and then surprise Exciton the opponent. That could be neat. Could be access code. Yeah. OCG players are playing Book of Eclipse. In the main deck or in the side deck? Because I'm trying to think about the meta game in the OCG right now. Book of Eclipse. How good is Book of Eclipse as a board breaker? Mostly yummy. Right. It's good against Yummy because it either trades with the Herald, or if you can bait the Herald otherwise, then you can out like a lot of the Yummy's interruptions. That's fine. Not great into Malice. It's not, I don't think it's good into Mitsu because Mitsurugi prayers contribute face downs. I'm pretty sure. So if you eclipse the board, they just tribute their face down Murakumo and bring it back anyways. Yeah. What's better currently? Go first striker or go second? I have a gut feeling that go second is going to be better. This list is going first though that we just built. The good thing is that I have a lot of time to try both, and I also have enough time to also try Orchist because YCS Bologna is in like 6 weeks. So I'm not in a hurry to find any of this out, but I have a gut feeling that going second is better. However, the problem is going second is a lot harder to evaluate. Going first deck is a lot easier to evaluate. You just look at it and go like, okay, what kind of end board does it make? Is that end board good enough? And then like maybe look at like, okay, how well does the engine play going second? And the answer to all of these things about this deck right now, I think is like, it's fine at all of these things. I think going first Sky Striker is fine in terms of consistency, fine in terms of end board, and it's fine at going second. It's like it's genuinely a solid deck right now. I do think this deck on screen right now is pretty solid. But pretty solid, I guess depending on how you look at it, pretty solid could either be exactly what you're looking for, because maybe all that I need right now is a pretty solid deck that doesn't lose to D barrier. Maybe that's all I need. Or but I also don't think this is like the deck that would win you a YCS, to be honest. This type of approach. So I guess it depends on what you're looking for, really. But it looks like a fun to play deck that's relatively good against the most common floodgates in the game, except for Droll. And the win rate should be fine. So I think that's good enough for me to want to try it. And now, when we talk about Blind Second Sky Striker, it's a different story because Blind Second Sky Striker is harder to evaluate. But I also think Blind Second Sky Striker could be the type of deck that that gives you an actual edge in the format. But then again, the question is, how far can you get in a YCS with Blind Second Sky Striker? Like, how successful can you can you actually win a YCS? Because eventually people are going to know what you're playing, and then people might send you first when your deck is not at all prepared for it. So I don't know, right? That's a whole nother dimension of the problem. So yeah. Can you survive Mjolnir lock with set 5 pass? With this deck, no, I don't think so. I think Blind Second Sky Striker, if you play board breakers, there is a way that you can survive if you like Raigeki their board successfully. Like, let's say you go Raigeki, they go Chain Infinity, you go, well, I'll negate that with Droplet, and then their board dies, and then you set like a Widow Anchor, then maybe I think you can survive, because I think K9 Crystron follow-up is like kind of eh. But not if you don't play cards like Raigeki. It would need to be Dark Hole so you can turn on your Psycho back row. Not if you play, not if you drop it away to Mjolnir anyways, but theoretically, yes. They usually Infinity suck Mjolnir. Yeah, I guess unless they know what you're playing. Unless they know what you're playing, then they wouldn't. But if it's game one, then yes. Then I guess you do have Area 0 and multi-roll to try and get rid of it, but it's not looking like you basically have Droplet, multi-roll, Area 0 to try and get rid of it. Illusion Gate would be so good in this case. What's Illusion Gate? Oh, the new board breaker. Right. That card is crazy. You could also play the artifact Link 2 to clear your main monster zone. Not under... Oh, I guess no, you could, because you can summon artifacts. I forgot. I was about to say you are locked out of special summoning, but no, if it's an artifact, you could summon it. Yeah, that's true. You could like normal summon and then make Dagda. Yeah, that works technically. I don't know if that's good. Forbidden Crown is also good in Sky Striker. Forbidden Crown is not out for YCS Bologna though. Oh, it's not even in here. One card that I think could be good in Sky Striker is this card. I just think this card is awesome in general, but in Sky Striker, which is a very grindy deck, I feel like this card could also be pretty nice. Because you're planning to play the long game, and I do think this is one of the best spells in the long game. And you would be able to afford like the extra deck space for it, because this card does require like 3 extra deck slots, or 2 if you want to be less greedy with it. But it's a very easy to activate spell card. It's removal, it's interruption. It puts a spell in the graveyard very easily, and it's a great card in the grind game because it provides disruption for the next turn, right? So any nice send. No, what you do with this card is basically you send Albion. You send Albion, which sets another copy of it in the end phase. So it's send a monster that mentions Fallen of Albus from your extra to the grave, target a face-up card in the field, destroy it. So you do that, you send Albion, and because it's treated as a branded card, you can then, in the end phase, with the Albion, set another copy of it. So it's basically, when you're going second, you out a card, and then in the longer grind game, you get more copies of it, because end phase, you set another one on the opponent's turn, you use that one to pop a card, and then when they pass back to you, you can get another one from another Albion, right? Until you're out of the cycle. But it's basically like it's not an infinite loop, but you get basically one copy of it gets you to the other 2. So you can basically outgrind better with this card. And this card is out before YCS Bologna. So this card is an option in Sky Striker for sure. It's a pretty nice card, I think. It's a pretty neat card. The question is, will we have room for it in the main deck? Because I don't think the problem is extra deck space. Like we can make room in the extra deck for 2 or 3 Albions. That's not the problem, you know? Like even though it is 21 cards right now, we can get away with 1 less Kagari, Mega Fleet, like Access Code, Boral Sword, Exciton, and then maybe you just play 2 Albions, or you cut Typhon, or you cut 1-0. I think 2 zeros is also manageable. So it's like, you know, you could make this work. Yeah. I guess it's more optimal to play both Albion and Titaniclad just in case the Albion gets called by it. Titaniclad. But that only adds to hand, it doesn't set. That's a lot worse. That is a lot worse, because I want to break the board and then set one for their follow-up turn. I don't want to have it in my hand in the end phase. That doesn't work. Also only monsters. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's only monsters. I I didn't even read that far because I saw it only adds or specials. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, it just has to be Albions. I think if your opponent, if I pop a face up card and my opponent called by the graves the Albion, I think I'm fine with that trade, right? I'm fine with that trade. I think so. Yeah, that is something that you could consider in this deck as well. You need 3 Kagari? I don't think you do. I disagree with that. I've played this deck a decent amount. Not a crazy amount, but I've played with this deck a couple of times now, and I don't believe you need 3 Kagaris. You can play 3, and if you don't play anything fancy like the Albions, you probably just play 3 just for safety. But yeah, you don't need 3. Just got here. How do we have 16 extra deck cards? They changed the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh, so now you can play 16. It's not because we are building a deck right now and we put all the options in there. There's a new master rule. You can play 16 now. Two Albion is enough to use them all? No. You would activate 1, send the first Albion. That searches you the second one. You activate the second one, send the second Albion. That second Albion then searches you the third, but then you have the third in your hand, but you cannot activate it. Because it's a requirement. Technically, you could play. Technically, the third Albion doesn't matter what kind of card it is. It could be a different fusion monster that mentions Albaz. The only thing, what you need in order to search all 3 is like 2 Albions, and then the third one doesn't matter. All you need is a target for the third one you activate. So yeah, the cool thing about this lineup is also if you play that, you can also use Ultimate Slayer, I guess, and you have a good fusion target already. The problem is this is not a it's a worse fusion target than Garura, I think, because searching a card in the end phase or setting a card in the end phase is a worse payoff than Garura. Alba Lenitis to search Metalfoes fusion. You can add a polymerization normal spell or fusion normal spell from your deck to your hand. I guess that is technically, I don't know if you want to search Metalfoes fusion very often, but theoretically that is better, yes. I mean, at the moment, I'm not even playing Metalfoes fusion. But yeah. For the vibes to contact fuse. I mean, I guess if you play against Branded, and they have an Albaz on the board, you can make it. You can steal Albaz versus Draco Tail and fuse their board. True. The Albaz is usually not in the graveyard though, right? It's either banished because they went Albion, or it's in the deck because they went for Lubellion. It shouldn't really be in the grave unless they went for Sanctifier instead of Lubellion or Albion. You always make Sanctifier? Oh, so you're telling me they're all playing Mirror Jade and Lubellion and Albion for fun. They're never actually summoning them. They're only ever summoning Sanctifier. That's why they're just choosing to throw away those other extra deck slots in every single build of the deck. Right. I feel like you're onto something. It is usually Sanctifier, yes. But of course, you play them for a reason. Josh, do you know Ligma? No, what's that? Please tell me. Yeah. I don't, this feels like something. I mean, of course, before the card comes out, I can't play this. So that, and I guess let's. I like the Exiton idea, honestly. I kind of like that. I vibe with that. So without the Boral Sword, I don't think we need this. The thing is, right now, I cannot out 2 Liger Dancers. Hmm. Whoop. A modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Am I right? I don't know. I feel like the side deck for the going first build is a little weird. You definitely play Fuva somewhere in this deck. If you're trying to go first game 1, I think you are probably expecting your opponent to go first after siding. So Fuva is pretty good there. The problem is if you're ever wrong about that and your opponent chooses second, then the Fuva is going to feel pretty bad. The OCG likes the Heatwave chain linkage. Heatwave is, I think, a good card in Sky Striker. The problem is I don't know if I would do this in this version of the deck. I think it's like, at this point, I don't even want to side many more cards specifically for going first, because I feel like it puts you in an awkward position. I think if you blind second, I think this is okay to side deck. I think if you blind second game 1 and you have all the possible breakers in your main deck already, and your match and your game plan is to win game 1 in a long and grindy fashion, because you're blinding second and then break the board and outgrind from there, or OTK or whatever. Those games take a while because you watch them combo and so on and so forth. In those kind of decks, I think Heatwave is a pretty good card, because you just go second, after siding, you choose first, or your opponent sends you first, and you go activate Heatwave, kill them the next turn. That makes for very fast games. That makes for fast games post side, which is good in this deck. But if this is your main deck, I don't know if that goes together. I personally don't feel like it does. I don't feel like it does. How is that card legal? What Heatwave? I mean, it's not a fun card per se, but out of all the lingering floodgates, it's it is a lot fairer, quote unquote, than a lot of the other cards. But I guess that's also because there just aren't as many decks that can abuse it. Another good unfair card is Inscription. See, Inscription, I think, is also pretty good in Sky Striker. And I could see myself siding Inscription, because it's also something that in some matchups you could actually use going second. Like against Pure Mitsu, I think Inscription is still good enough when you're going second. I could see that. I could see that. Maybe Droll. I mean, this is just a very standard side deck now for this deck, but I feel like that's warranted for this main deck, to start with a relatively standard side deck and then see. I mean, the thing is, like, how much can we side out going first? Like, technically all of this here is pretty solid going first. I think you can make an argument to side out Droll and Upstart Goblin because of Droll and Lockbird. You can side out maybe Droplet because it's not an ideal card when you go first. but most other things you want to keep in your deck when you're going first, right? So like having something like 3D barriers in your side deck for going first, and then maybe 3 inscriptions in some other matchups is already sufficient. We don't need more for going first because we can side the D barriers basically all the time. And then the inscription and the droll, we can side against some matchups if we feel like taking out like the droplets, because it's like a inscription is a more robust card when you're going first than droplet, because droplet is the kind of card that you go first with, you set it, and then it just gets lightning stormed alongside your other cards, and then it's just like you didn't really have a non-engine, right? That's weird. I like siding the Ruma for going first. The Ruma could be another interesting way of handling Liger Dancer in this deck. If we can somehow out the we need to get rid of the Silver Hounds first, but you could play like third thrust alongside the D barriers, right, to punish Droll and Lockbird. And then this also gives you a more realistic win con against Lunalight, because if you can somehow force out the Silver Hound in the grave, you can beat 2 Liger Dancers with 1 card, which is pretty neat. So I don't mind that. Ash Blossom is also a consideration for going first post side. If you want to go first post side, yeah, probably, which you probably do. I feel like this is not good enough at going second here, though. I feel like we need at least 1 Raigeki for thrust as a target. Maybe we take out the Hamp, because the win con against Liger is Karma Cannon anyways, because it's gonna be double Liger anyways, right? And double, like 1 Hamp does not beat 2 Ligers, so what's the point? So I guess at that point the goal is always to get to the Ruma Karma Cannon somehow, because we're going up to 3 thrust, we're drawing a bunch of cards, and Karma Cannon is our win con. Yeah. I think you do need at least 1 Raigeki for thrust. For sure. I think this deck, by the way, this is one of the decks I'm looking forward to the most for Master Duel. Because I think this deck in best of 1 could be a lot of fun. It's still pretty weak to Maxi though. Like Blind Second Sky Striker is pretty weak to Maxi, I think. Like you start breaking their board, you activate Linkage, they chain Maxi. I don't know, man. It seems rough. 2 cannon because of 3 pots. I don't think Shark Cannon is that important. I don't think it's that important, no. Yeah. I think that's a neat starting point for Sky Striker. I could see myself bringing this to locals. Either I'm going to bring this to locals next week, or I'm going to try to cook up a blind second version. But I'm not sure how that would look. I feel like in the blind second version, I would really want the Fallen at the Virtuous, though. That seems like such a nice card for that playstyle. Locals are even more. I mean, if it does well, I'm playing a lot of regionals in November leading up to YCS Bologna. I could see myself playing this at regionals. Yeah, of course. Is the field spell that important? I don't think the field spell is that important. It's a little bit of extra consistency. And because we're playing Mystical Space Typhoon now with 3 cards that can theoretically search it, if we draw Area 0, it can turn into a Ray if we have Space Typhoon, which is sometimes neat. So, but no, it's not mandatory. If you don't like it, I think you can easily cut it. Yeah. Hamp not worth mentioning. I mean, Hamp is a fine card. We had it in there until a while ago. We did talk about it. We did mention it. With Terraforming, it's nice. Without it, you just cut those 3 and it is also fine. Yes, it is completely reasonable to cut Area 0, Chicken Game, and Terraforming. Makes your deck better into Droll and Lockbird a little bit. And you can fit like a full playset of other non-engine if you want to. That's completely reasonable, yeah. I think. Have you looked at Sulfur Court Yummy yet? Those new cards are really good, but man, does it lose to Droll. I've seen it. I haven't tested it myself yet, but I thought it was a neat idea. I did think it was a neat idea. Have you ever considered taking out drones? I still don't know how I feel about Hornet drones. Like when I've taken it out countless times, and then people are telling me I'm crazy for not playing Hornet drones. And then I've been playing it a little bit again, and I never really think it's amazing. But like at the same time, it's better than having no play. So I'm still kind of like unsure about it. I don't think it's amazing, but it's been fine whenever I played it, because I mean, sometimes the most important thing is to have a starter, to have a way to start playing with it. But I'm considering taking it out, but I think it's okay to play it. So I'm gonna start with it, and if it annoys me too much, then I'll take it out. If I remember correctly, you were on 2 Ray and Master Duel at some point. Is 3 set in stone now? Ray, they've done something cool for this deck, which is they've turned Ray into a good card again. Because before Sky Striker A0 came out, Ray was just not a good draw in Sky Striker. It's not a starter. It doesn't actually get you to your Sky Striker engine, except in some very weird ways. Like, yes, you can go Ray into Hayate, attack directly, and then add back with Kagari. That does work, but it's like, you know, it's 2025. That's not a really good play anymore. So like, it was always very mediocre to actually draw Ray. Like, you needed it eventually, but it was more like, I want to draw my engage and stuff and then search my Ray eventually when I can already play. But in TCG now, because Zero came out, which is basically the best extra deck monster now in this deck, the fact that Ray can tag out into Zero, which then searches engage, makes it so that drawing Ray is good again. The only downside to playing 3 Rays is the fact that, you know, you don't want to draw multiple normal summons, and this deck draws a lot. So sometimes between Reinforcement of the Army, 3 Ray, and Rose, you're going to see multiple copies of your normal summons, which is not great. So I still don't think it's crazy to play 2, but with Desires, we can't. I don't think. I think it's already risky to play 1 Rose with Desires, but 2 Ray with Desires is kind of crazy. So, and it's good enough of a draw now that we have Zero, I think, to warrant playing 3 again. But without Zero, like in Master Duel, I would still consider playing less. It's not that good to draw Ray, but it's fine. How bad is losing Rose to Desires? So it's bad, but the question is it bad enough to the point where you're willing to play 2 Rose? Because drawing Rose is, I think drawing Rose is even worse. Drawing Rose is pretty awful in this deck. Because Rose is basically like a infinitely worse version of Ray, because Rose cannot make Zero. Rose can make Kagari, which is fine if you can already play the game, but Rose cannot make Zero because Rose doesn't have the tag out effect. So, I don't know. How will you build this in Master Duel without Vision? The nice thing about the Vision card is that it's a nice card to have, but I don't think it is required for this deck to function. I actually played this deck at locals before Vision came out, like a few weeks ago. If you're interested in that, you can check the YouTube for that. I think it's on the main and the plus channel. Like, the deck profile is on the main channel, and then the gameplay is on the second channel, the plus channel. The deck doesn't change that much due to the include. This card just makes the deck better, but it doesn't change just how it functions. So it's playable without it. It's just more consistent now and more powerful. It's cool. Yeah, I could really see myself enjoying this deck in the current format, and hopefully it's good enough. But I can't. It's impossible for me to say this without spending some proper time testing it. But yeah. It was a good talk. I got some good inspiration for how I could build this deck and test it for YCS Bologna. And I will. There's enough time for me to test around and try some different things. All right. I'll quick toilet break, and then we'll play some Master Duel before we play some Pokemon. I'll be right back. All right, gamers, we're gonna do something weird now. We're gonna do something very weird. We're actually gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh. Hold up. Hi, any video or resource recommendations to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh and play Genesis for someone who played until before Xyz came out? Yes, I have a recommendation. You should type !YouTube in chat right now because I'm uploading an awesome Runic Radiant Typhoon deck profile for Genesis tomorrow. So you should go and subscribe to that because that deck is awesome. Hashtag ad for myself. I thought this is a Pokemon stream. No, later. It'll be a Pokemon stream later. Okay. Dude, it's the 18th. I've logged into Master Duel 6 times this month. That feels weird. Anyways, I haven't played ranked at all this week. The only thing we did play was Dice Rally, which was kind of fun. It was okay. I enjoyed my stay in Dice Rally, but you're not a Pokemon streamer? Oh no, I am. I'm a Pokemon streamer now. I basically quit Yu-Gi-Oh. We're just doing this. This is the warm up. I want to find out what's going on the Master Duel ladder at the moment because, of course, Mitsurugi came out, and Mitsurugi seemed pretty powerful. At the same time, Malice is also still pretty powerful. So I don't know where are we at with Master Duel right now? At which point will Master Duel become a playable game again? Let me check in with my pure Mitsurugi deck list because I do enjoy me some pure Mitsurugi. This list looks fine. Okay, let's just play that. Orchest made it playable for me again. I did have a good time playing Orchest. I will say that. I think as it always is, it's basically we're doing the same thing in Master Duel right now that I also just talked about in the TCG. Is like when there's things in the format that frustrate you, I guess what helps is trying to find the deck that makes it all fun anyways. And Orchest, to an extent, was that for me in Master Duel. Orchest was fun. But I'm also not at, I'm not in Master Rank yet, so I'm still somewhere in Diamond. Would be great if we could build a deck to bully the meta. Well, for that, I need to find out what the meta even is. Oh. I guess that's annoying. Okay. It's annoying because I started with Habakiri, but I wanted to start with Habakiri to check for Ash Blossom. But it's actually not the end of the world for this hand. Yeah, that's what this was supposed to be good against. The fact that they resolved 2 Fubas already now is not ideal, but... do we try and check for like an imperm as well? I mean, why would they imperm Aramasa, to be fair? But you never know. Well, I don't want to summon from the deck with Mitsurugi Ritual. Well, I don't have Mitsurugi Ritual. Let me think. Murakumo, pre-prep. I mean, I can have all 3. So we pre-prep. Mirror. And Futsu. Activate Mirror. Special summon Murakumo by tributing Habakiri? Yeah. And then we can Mitsu Ritual. Mitsu Ritual, summon Futsu from hand. Tributing a Murakumo from the deck. Yeah. This way it's... no, I want to summon from hand. I could also tribute the one from my field, but that would be summon number 5 if I bring it back. Wouldn't it be better to tribute Saji and Kusanagi? No, because I don't have Saji anymore. Kusanagi Serpent. Well, I'm under double Fuva. So adding back a ritual, the ritual from deck doesn't do anything, and I also don't want to touch my extra deck with the Serpent. So I feel like it's just Murakumo and then search Prayers or Magatama or Trap. Yeah. So here's the thing. I could... If I commit into Nib, I can make my end board stronger here. I think I should. I'll commit into the Nibiru. The Nibiru here will destroy me if they have it. I mean, not destroy is the wrong word. But this way, I don't only have prayers. I have prayers and whatever I'll keep this for chain blocking on their turn. So I have prayers and the trap now, or Magatama. I'll go for the trap. The thing is, like, even if they have Nib here, I still have prayers to revive, which turns the trap on their turn. So it's not that bad. I'm not going to summon from extra deck here. Yeah, considering double Fuva was activated, this is a double Fuva and Ash, mind you. This is pretty good, I think. Isn't the trap a bad draw? I mean, if you can't play, yes. IP would cook, but not for. I don't know, man. Two. I would have given one draw for an IP, but not two, man. Not two. Maybe I would have made IP if I had no Nibiru to back this up, but I feel like with the Nibiru backup, also you have to consider, like, the more cards they have, the easier it gets for them to discard for Murakumo, right? Like it's a significant difference if they have to discard for Murakumo and there's only 4 cards. Okay, do a duplicate normal summon that they can discard for the Murakumo. Search prayers. Oh, it's Raritys Mitsu. I guess that is probably the most popular version. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I'm so surprised. Negate the Futsu. And the Futsu. Vexaji. Okay, question here is, do they typically play Exiton Knight in this deck? Because if they do, I mean, but I'm not gonna board wipe now, I feel like. They probably play it, but I'm just probably gonna purification it. Let me think about this for a second. It's probably good for me to let them commit more summons before I Nibiru. And if they Exiton, then I probably just negate that. And also, adding node probably means they have sword already. So what does that mean? Node, sword, prayers. That's a lot of gas. Or tornado dragon. Okay. Well, I guess to an extent, that's just a worse Exiton here. Because if... Okay, they hit the trap anyways. Well, I guess that forces it. That's fine. I could have just not chained it. Oh, they have a quick effect through... Oh, yeah, they have prayers. Yeah, they can respond with prayers. Maybe they're saving Exiton for later, yeah. So they have normal summon though. So even if they have sword, sword into ice is not nearly as busted. How do you stop Mitsuraiziel? Molcharmi Fuvalos, Molcharmi Perulia, Droll Lockbird. When this deck was the best deck in the TCG, those 9 cards were in everyone's deck. Everyone. Okay, Ice, Node, Prayers. Can I allow this Exiton? Probably not. Prayers and ice. Prayers and ice does not play, so I can nib after. I could have waited with this too, but like I get so much from this. So the reason why Prayers doesn't play here is because they've already gone through Saji. Oh wait, no, it does play because they have unused Aramasa engrave. But how much does it do? It's like search now. Uh-oh. I forgot about the Aramasa. Yeah, I didn't see that. Then I should have waited. How bad is it gonna be with Node in the... with Node in grave already? We die? Yeah, I die. I think I die. I forgot what they discarded for Murakumo. Do they play two Murakumos? I mean, I don't know if they need to. Here. ZA time? Nah. I mean, I'm not frustrated by this because this would have been a completely fine game if I didn't mess it up. No, I'm not mad about that. I just nibbed too early. I was completely fine if I waited, probably. I didn't want to get Exitant on all of these tribute triggers, but I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if they can kill me this turn. They should be able to. So they have a sword that they can't special, but they can special the ice. They have Habakiri and Prayers in hand. But they've already used Prayers this turn, so those two don't do anything. They can Detonator, attach Aggregator. The problem is my Murakumo next turn is also still negated. And I'm not going to have a lot of time, but I guess we'll see. Okay. I guess they're also low on time. Oh, it's not. It was cross out, right? For some reason, I thought it was called by. Hmm. Awesome. Now it might be Pokemon Legends ZA time. Ah. It seems like they only play one Murakumo, which is what I'm hoping for right now. Does this deck normally go low into time? It can. Partially the reason is also because I'm talking about what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm playing slower than I normally would, because I mean it's been a while since I've played this deck in the TCG, but I'm also like trying to explain my thought process. And thinking out loud it takes longer than, you know, if I just shut the fuck up and play. Don't think it's that big of a problem usually. They're doing a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, they only play one Mura. Another game that could have been good, eaten by the roach. This game was fine. It was not that bad of a game. It was a good game, actually. I messed up a little bit to even get into that position, to be fair. Why did they not go for Kusanagi? Kusanagi was in grave already. They had to go for prayers to revive Kusanagi somehow. Have you seen the Mitsu FTK they're doing in the OCG? Yeah, I've seen it. I don't think it's good, but it's funny. Did my toggle just not work because the token was where my mouse was? Are you kidding me? Oh, never mind. Oh, I forgot to. I'm such an unk. Oh my god. I toggled on because I wanted to Hoover on res, but then it threw me off that, like, I don't know, the token popped. I don't know, man. I think I toggled too late. What did they add? Did they add field spell? Oh, they added world wand. Okay. Can you bounce the token for me? Or steal it? I played around that. The Fuva is gonna hit them like a truck now, watch. They can't ash it anymore. Trust. Trust. I need you to trust the process just a little bit, y'all. So, why did they search World Wand? The last card in their hand has to be the field spell, right? They stole it! Let's go! Uva is live! Yeah, they have the field spell. Okay. Well, the Fuva just gets one draw on my turn, I guess. Oh, hello, Kusanagi. I missed you. Fuva alive. Let's go. Okay. This is not main phase only. If I go Habakiri and they crescendo it, I'm owned. At least we know the card in hand is a wand. Well, it's wand or skeleton, right? They probably kept wand. Do I add Murakumo or do I add Habakiri? Seems like a good Exiton. They can chain IP into something, but I draw a card for that. Surely they won't make Apple. Apple is not that big of a problem here. Also, they can't make it with a token. Wait, why can't I activate both? Eh? This card says you can only use each effect once per turn. Its activation not used. It says you can only use each effect once per turn. It says use. It's either a bug or it works differently in the OCG. But it's not supposed to work like this. It is not supposed to work like this. Probably mistranslation rather than bug. No, that's how it is in the TCG. We had these cards first. I mean, sure, don't mind if I do. I'll do it again. We got a little buff because Mitsurugi wasn't good enough yet, sure. That's insane. That's so broken. This is so busted now. Holy shit. Add Havakiri. Yeah, go back here. Okay, just to clarify this real quick, okay? Because it seems like there was some confusion in the chat right there about what happened there, okay? Game load. So, how do I explain this? Okay, so there's a difference in Yu-Gi-Oh! With once per turn effects between when the activation of a card is negated, whether you can use the card again or not. So what the word you're looking for is you can only activate one pre-preparation of rights per turn versus you can only use this effect once per turn. For example, on Aramasa, it says you can only use each effect of Aramasa once per turn. If an effect says you can only use it once per turn, if the activation gets negated, that still counts as you attempting to use the effect. Whereas if a card says you can only activate one per turn, if the activation gets negated, it's as if the activation hasn't happened, so you can do it again. So if for example you use Bell, if you use Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, which is a card that negates the activation, negate that activation. If you use Bell on pre-preparation of rights, and there's a second pre-preparation of rights in hand, it can be activated. Because it says activate one per turn, activation negated, therefore you can then use another one. This is different from Ash Blossom, because Ash Blossom does not negate activation. Ash Blossom negates effect. That is a different story. If your opponent activates pre-prep and you Ash it, then you cannot use another pre-prep because the activation has not been negated. The effect has been negated. Those are different. Ash and Bell don't work in the same way. So basically what you need to understand is that use and activate once per turn are not the same thing. If a card says use one effect per turn and the activation gets negated, you cannot activate another one of those cards. if we look at Mitsurugi Ritual, this card says, and this is not a translation error because this card was printed in the TCG first. This is the text of the card in the TCG where the card was printed, where the card released first. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect of Mitsurugi Ritual once per turn, okay? You can only use each effect once per turn, which means that if the activation of one of these effects is negated, you can still not attempt to do it again. So last game, when my opponent used Orchest Crescendo on my Mitsurugi Ritual, I used the effect to summon from deck first to bait the Crescendo, and then I wanted to use the other one to activate from hand, but then I realized the game gave me the option to activate both again, which is not how it's supposed to work. Orchest Crescendo says, when a spell trap or monster effect is activated while you control an Orchest Link monster, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. So the activation was negated, but it says use, so you should not be able to use another one. You should not be able to use the same effect again on Mitsurugi Ritual in the TCG 100%. So this is, from the TCG perspective, this is 100% a bug. This is not how it's supposed to work in the TCG. I don't know if we have any OCG players in the chat right now who can confirm what the wording on Mitsurugi Ritual is in the OCG, because I don't know that. Maybe they translated it differently into the OCG. The OCG has said that you cannot, but Master Duel has it wrong. Okay, so it is a bug. It is actually a bug. You're actually not supposed to be able to activate a second one, even in the OCG. There's a ruling entry that says you cannot choose it again either. It's just a bug in Master Duel. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's not an OCG thing. Well, what you're linking actually doesn't really change any, like that. I know what you're trying to say here. You're linking me a ruling for a different card that says, I have activated the effect of Volcanic Rimfire, but the activation or the effect has been negated. Can I choose the same effect again? No, you cannot. You can still activate the effect of Rimfire, but you cannot choose the same effect, which is like, Volcanic Rimfire is the same thing. You know, it has multiple effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. It's exactly the same thing, right? If this card is sent to the grave, you can activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. This is the same wording as on Mitsurugi Ritual, right? Oh, the same applies for the following cards. Mitsurugi Ritual. Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Then it's actually a good link. Because what I was leading towards is like, maybe it works the same in the OCG, but they just translated the card differently, which would have been a different story. But no, it is specifically listed here as an example where the card works exactly this way. Yeah. Okay, we found a bug. Interesting. Nice explanation, but the flaw is that Yu-Gi-Oh players cannot read their cards in the first place, so no learning effect today. Thank you for the sub. Oh, come on. Why do they always have the one of Dormouse? 43 cards. Oh, man. Hmm? Hmm? Don't troll me, 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 don't troll me. Don't troll. Do not troll. Okay. That's not Droll and Lockbird. Yeah, you can keep going. Dot skipper. Now you troll me. Oh, come on. How are you so behind? But I was about to say this game was giving off weird vibes because what I thought happened there for a moment, what I really, and I'm kind of foolish for thinking that, but for a second, I thought that Malice went first without an out to Max C. I should have known that that was unrealistic. I should have known that I was crazy. I don't know what this even makes. This makes my win streak one longer. Is what this does. This line. Where do I even impulse? Surely not here. Maybe I impulse the wizard in hand? Maybe I hold it? Ransom? I mean, how do they banish ransom from this point? Do they make SP Little Knight now? Impulse on underground? Well, they won't go they won't have underground. I guess if they go white binder here. Okay, they go Apple. So using impulse on Splash Mage doesn't make sense. Because they have wizard in hand to extend. That's pointless. You're cooked, I fear. I might still be cooked, even though this line is very far. They basically, I feel like they could have had all of this with me having 2 less cards in hand. But alas. I mean, my hand is really not all that bad at the moment. But they can still go white binder to set a trap, and then they can still go wizard to revive, so they still have a lot here. But I do have another impulse from my turn, which is good. Oh, they played TB11. Okay. They are so far behind that they're already ahead again. Wait, you didn't bring back White Rabbit? Why didn't you bring back White Rabbit? "43 cards opens Dormouse backup Droll." See, I'm past the point where I'm furious about the fact that my opponent opens combo, out to maxi, and extender in Master Duel in Malice. I'm at the point where it's not a question whether they have that. It's the question what they make out of it. Because Master Duel Malice players realistically only lose against themselves. They don't lose to the inconsistency of their deck. They don't lose to not opening a starter. Like, it's just, the question is, where do they go from there? That's really the fun part, I suppose. Firewall Dragon, add backroll in Lockbird, or what? Probably. Does this even make Allied Code Talker? I don't think it does, right? Allied Code Talker, I think, is 3+ monsters. It can make Cryptor? It can make Cryptor, yeah. Gamers, I don't want to talk about it. Okay, we need to figure this one out, because despite all of this, this is still not easy. I don't have Droll for crossout. No, that's the main problem. Does the link to protect? Only itself. This ain't easy. No, it was a lot easier than I thought it was gonna be. I lied. It was very easy, actually. Murakumo checks March here. That's the funny part. They don't have March here. Come on, roll me. Roll me. Do it. It's good against Mitsurugi. Okay. Malice Duelist. Still the same as when I left off. Is the game better? Is Master Duel saved? I mean, in terms of Malice domination, not really, because what they had there was a pretty disgusting board, to be honest with you. They could have done a lot of crazy shit with that. They just didn't. So, we're going to go for a little gambit here, which is we're going to chain prayers to see if they ash it. Because if they ash prayers, we don't have to cult by the Droll and Lockbird. But because they don't ash the prayers, we need to move the cult by. This is going to fuck me up if they have a second Droll. But they don't. They would have used the second on prayers? Potentially, yes. It was a pretty safe thingy. I was today years old when I learned Droll wasn't once per turn. Yeah, it's not. Okay, I want Kusanagi for sure. And I think it's Serpent. Actually, is it Kusanagi? No, it's not Kusanagi. It's Aramasa and Serpent, and then I search Kusanagi as my normal summon, I believe. Weaker into Imperm, but at that point, I think my board is still fine. Why don't you play with Ryziel? Because I prefer this. I think it's more fun. You imperm the Gallant Granite? Are you insane? That's exactly. If you start with just Habakiri, what's your max C line? Oh yeah, probably Murakumo from deck, tribute Habakiri from hand, and search Trap or Prayers or Magatama. Or 2 draws. Oh, Bell! I'm so happy this deck is back. I can't wait to play against more Bells now. That's awesome. Okay, no Samsarity Lotus yet, I guess, at least. Make Yama. Maybe I impulse the Yama and hope they can't play. No, they can definitely play. They just discard for this. Yeah. No need to. Oh my god. Oh. Impulse summon sorcerers. I don't know what I'm supposed to impulse. If I impulse this, at least they don't get Nightmare Pain. But the problem is they can still go into Fiendsmith with the Sharvara in hand, and then they probably still get everything later anyways. So I'm not sure. Like, I don't know if I can even win with one impulse. Impulse Sharvara. I don't know. I mean, they can also make like a early an early, what's it called? Varudras or something? I don't know. I don't know if this is even playable. Yeah, I'm so happy this deck is back. This is basically what we needed in Master Duel, was bring back Bell. Maybe I impulse Requiem? I guess keep them off of Fiendsmith at least. Thank God furnitures are still at 2. True. Man, that deck is miserable. Why did they bring it back? Can Bell play Impulse? I think they don't because they play Fiendsmith. But theoretically, I guess, yeah. Trying to bait something. Oh, Eternal Favorite. The deck didn't have enough bricks yet. I see. We might run into the bug here again, right? Because they probably negate the activation. Oh. I don't even know if I want to do that here, though. What? Now it's fixed? Huh? They hot fixed it between 2 games. What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why? Huh? So weird. It's either the Orcus trap that's bugged, or last time it was the other effect of Mitsurugi Ritual that I was able to activate twice. So it could be that. So my Murakumo comes back. They have Eternal Favorite now, but I don't care about that too much. Spirit is semi-limited, so they can't have another one of those next turn. Card in hand. Spirit of Yubel. Do I make Typhon to force the Eternal Favorite? I think I could. Yeah, I shouldn't have been in attack mode anyways, but... Or you just let it happen, I guess? Am I missing something? Did I just trigger something crazy, or...? I guess I can't use Murakumo to wipe now, is a problem. Yeah. I didn't think they would let this Typhon stay, is what I was... but I guess maybe it's smart for them to do that. I guess we'll see if they try to... the problem is, like, they might just go for game under Typhon without ever removing it. Which would be pretty smart. Maybe I messed up by going for Typhon. It'd be a shame after how this game was. Throwing it right at the end. Yeah, they need 3 Yubel attacks. Which I guess they have, right? Shit. Oh, I think I messed it up. And the problem is, like, they don't even have I don't think they have the ability to mess it up because their extra deck is empty. They can't even, like, commit to a bad play. Yeah, they're just gonna... Prayer summon back so trap is live. But then I have no other disruptions. I thought about that for a second, but I think it was more likely that they mess up than that works. Yeah. Damn it. That was my fault. I should have just put the Murakumo in defense and call it a day. I think it was unlosable from that point. My bad. I'm searching Murakumo here because I want my first action in the main phase to be summon Murakumo. I could technically search it with Aramasa, but that could get impermed. So here it's going to be first action in main phase, activate ritual, summon out Murakumo, and then if I get rolled later, they have to basically they have to discard another card just to roll me. Okay. Don't feel like emptying my deck here. So I want to go Habakiri. Do I tribute the Murakumo is the question. Tribute Murakumo for Saji. Search a normal summon. Normal summon. I can make Lugaras as well. But I guess it's better to play around Nibiru. Do this first. I don't play Photon Lord. I don't think. Oh, I do play Photon Lord. Okay. Could have played around Nib better then. Oh, it's fine. They don't have it. I mean, Nib is not even that bad here. Realistically. Because I have Prayers, Magatama, and Purification already. So Nib here is really not the end of the world. Trying to draw some non-engine. Okay, we draw a Called by the Grave, which is good backup. We don't need to go through Mirror. Put that in Grave. No Pachi search? I don't play Pachi. I don't think it's optimal to play Pachi. You don't need it. And just in case the universe wants to screw me over, even if we lose this game to some crazy shit, I still don't think it's optimal. I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, Malice is not breaking this. In case you were wondering. Absolutely not breaking this. Malice Mitsurugi. Okay, I also don't think that breaks it, but that's more interesting, I guess. Bro, Appaloosa is disgusting in this deck. I don't even know if it's necessary to make Apple here. I mean, Dynamondo and SP are also pretty good, but that just feels disgusting. I guess if they have another talent, it could be a problem. Oh, it doesn't. No, it doesn't actually negate the activation, right? Right. Even better. Bro, you haven't even made a dent into my board. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, we are in Diamond, but still, I think we've only lost one game, and that one game was also because I threw, which was the Duel game. Should have won that one. So, yeah, you know, Pure Mitsu makes Master Duel, I guess, playable again for me. If you want to see the list, here you go. I don't know. I don't think I would change anything about this, honestly. It's been good. Maybe you play one Droll and Lockbird for crossout, because Droll seems to be pretty decent at the moment anyways, with Mitsu Raziel running around. I don't know what I would cut. Maybe you just play 41. Screw it. I don't know. More Master Duel again? I mean, more than 0, yes. More than 0, absolutely. We're gonna play Master Duel like maybe once or twice a week. depending on how I'm feeling, depending on what's going on in the TCG. But I do appreciate Master Duel for like just being able to sit back and play a couple of games on stream. I like that. But yeah. Did you get the login rewards? I'm not even done with the eFootball stuff yet because I've only logged in like 6 days this entire month or something. They log in. Yeah, I'm on 6 out of 31. I don't know. Yeah, I might miss some of it. I don't know. It does feel better than last format. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. It does feel better than last format. Yeah. Okay.